Chapter 50. Perhaps it has something to do with something on your body? And looking at the cracks on this layer of stone, it seems like the seal will be broken soon. Yun looked at the stone egg, then turned to Yun Nuashing and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I wanna first memorize the array below." Yun Nuashing thought for a while, then looked at the gigantic array below his feet. His figure slowly flew into the air until he could see the entire array. Then he stopped and slowly opened his eyes. What appeared again was the demonic rhombus-shaped pupil, reflecting the image of the stone mountain. And the array that appeared for a moment also lit up with blue light. The array that appeared under the layers of analysis of the evil spirit essence became clearer. Seeing this, Yun left the altar and floated beside him. With this analysis, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yun could no longer bear the energy consumption of floating in the air and landed on the ground. Since there was no danger, she might as well enter into a state of cultivation, but she still divided a bit of her attention to be vigilant of her surroundings. Yun Nuashing had already spread out his 6 wings, and the majestic wind elements lifted his body up. He did not even need to flap his wings, and this also saved him a lot of energy, allowing him to fully focus on the analysis of the array. Right now, Yun Nuashing's control of the evil spirit essence had increased along with his cultivation, and was gradually being grasped by him. Although he did not dare to break any array, he could still spend some time to analyze slightly more complicated arrays. As for when he would be able to break all arrays, it was still unknown, as he had not tried to use the evil spirit essence to break arrays. But this array that seemed to be at the God level, the complexity and profoundness of the array already required him to not eat or drink for 10 days before he could finish analyzing it. Then he began to carve it, and the difficulty of breaking it would only be greater. How is it? Using another day's time, Yun Nuashing had memorized the entire array, and after experiencing it for a long time, he landed on the altar. Yun saw this and also jumped onto the stone mountain. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and grinned. "It's all right, the complexity is beyond my imagination, but I have already memorized it, and that's all I can do. As for the rest, I can't do anything." After saying that, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly for a while. This was a formation that absorbed energy. However, it was a formation that only absorbed fire elements. Although it was only engraved on the stone mountain, the range of effect of this formation seemed to be very large. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the size of a world. Using his evil spirit eye, he could clearly see the flow of energy. While analyzing, he inadvertently raised his head and could clearly see a huge fire element vortex revolving around the stone mountain. Its outline spread out for nearly 1,000 miles, but he could not see the edge, so he did not know how big it was. Walking straight to the stone egg, he used his hand to lightly knock on it twice, and then lifted it up. The 1-meter-tall stone was not heavy, and he easily lifted it up. Yun Nuashing weighed it twice, nodded, and extended his finger to lightly poke it. Then he slowly moved it, and wherever his finger passed, a faint fiery red mark was left. His mind kept replaying the array that he had spent 10 days memorizing, and he imitated it and carved it on the stone. Even though he was imitating, Yun Nuashing felt that he could not continue drawing it. Looking at the crooked and incomplete array, he felt that it was lacking some charm. "Sigh, after all, it's just an imitation, and I didn't really activate it." Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he collected his thoughts, and the speed of his fingers carving increased by a lot. In the end, there were even after images of his finger dancing, and there was even some sweat on his forehead. Just an imitation had consumed a lot of his energy, if not for his fast recovery speed, and the fact that he had condensed his energy to the level of a crystal, he might not have been able to hold on. He did not know how much energy it would take to activate this array. After a long time, the dense fiery red threads completely wrapped around the stone. He could see that the array's eye was on top of the stone. Looking at it carefully, it was the array on the altar, but it had shrunk a lot and looked a little strange. After the carving was completed, The fire elements that were drifting in this self-created world slowly surged towards the stone, but the scale of absorption was also much smaller. Is there really no problem? Looking at this array that was neither real nor real, Yin looked at it with some worry. Looking at Yun Nuashing, she frowned. It should be. Yun Nuashing nodded sternly and said with uncertainty. However, after leaving the altar with the stone egg and finding no problems, Yin was relieved. She tossed the stone a few times in her hand like a ball, and seeing that there was no problem, she put it back into the pendant. If there's nothing else, let's go. I've had enough of the dark red sky here. Seeing this, Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, she could not help but roll her eyes. Turning around, she was about to rush down the stone mountain. There's no hurry. Yun Nuashing smiled mysteriously, shook his head, and took out the netherworld ruin sword from the pendant. Waving it, he saw something in the evil spirit's eyes. Hearing this, Yin turned around in shock, just in time to see him raise the netherworld ruin sword high, and then sweep it across the stone platform. Bang! The dull sound of a blow was accompanied by a figure disappearing into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the stone platform disappeared from their sight. Yin opened her mouth in shock. She did not understand what he was trying to do. Not only did he take the stone egg away, he even split the stone platform. What was he trying to do? However, she did not need to ask to know what he was trying to do. In the space where the stone platform used to be, a fiery red bead was quietly lying in a groove. Dense fire elements were constantly churning inside the bead. From time to time, 2 tongues of fire would fly out, and the fiery red energy would stretch out like threads. This is... Yin stretched her neck and leaned over. The fiery red light shone on her beautiful face. A fire bead formed from rich fire elements. I don't need to explain its effects to you. Apart from that, it can also be used to refine pills or to forge weapons. Blazing elements appeared on his palm, and he gently picked up the fire bead. His palm gently caressed the blazing fire bead as Yun Nuashing smiled. When I used my evil spirit eye to analyze the array, I saw that there was something wrong with the stone platform. After caressing it for a while, Yun Nuashing turned around and stuffed it into Yin's hand under her astonished gaze. The fire bead fell into her hand, and the rolling energy with a blazing temperature surged into her body, spreading to her limbs and bones. This made Yin shocked. She looked at it for a while, then said to Yun Nuashing, "The fire element in my body is already very pure. Absorbing it will not increase my level by much. But your body is mainly made up of light elements. The fire element is not very dense. It has not reached the purest level. You should keep it for yourself." "You can have it. I don't need it." Yun Nuashing grinned and shook his head. Then he ignored her and turned around to look at the altar, raising his hand once again. Yin sighed, feeling a little warm in her heart. She knew that Yun Nuashing was doing this for her own good. This fire bead was different from the Holy Spirit tree leaf she had absorbed previously. They were of the same origin. If she could completely refine it, her strength would definitely increase by a lot compared to the Holy Spirit tree leaf. She might even be able to break through several realms in an instant. However, while Yun Nuashing was thinking for her, he did not know that she was also thinking for him. This fire bead contained an abnormally rich fire element. If Yun Nuashing refined it, he would definitely be able to increase the purity of the fire elements in his body to the extreme. Currently, his most concentrated element was the light element, but it had a huge flaw. He could not use it to his full strength. In an emergency, he needed a substitute energy, and now there was a very good opportunity. While he's sleeping, I should refine it into his body. Yin thought for a moment and smiled mischievously. She knew that once Yun Nuashing gave it to her, he would not take it back. Therefore, she could only find another way. Yun Nuashing, who was bombarding the entire stone mountain, naturally did not know what Yin was thinking. He raised his hand and observed the stone mountain. When he turned his head and saw her smiling face, he could not help but be stunned. He said, "Moreover, since it can condense a fire bead, perhaps there is something at the bottom of this stone mountain." After he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing raised the nether void ruin's sword and waved it twice. Then he held it with a backhand grip and forcefully inserted it into the groove where the fire bead was placed. Crack! A destructive energy was transmitted from the groove into the stone mountain. Then the two of them heard the sound of an eggshell being knocked. Boom! Then they saw the stone mountain beneath their feet shatter with a loud bang. Dust flew in all directions, and a vast amount of energy faintly spread out, causing their hearts to palpitate. What is that? This energy seems a little familiar. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to suppress the dust that filled the sky. He scratched his head in confusion and hurriedly looked over. Under the shattered stone mountain, there was a huge 9-colored energy crystal. It was the size of a small mountain and 200 feet tall. They could clearly see the energy flowing inside through the crystal wall. Among the 9 colors, red was the most intense. It had already occupied half of the space. Rich and scorching energy slowly seeped out. Little Star's treasure hunting method is too violent, Yun said helplessly as she hovered at the side. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and stuck out his tongue. This is a saint-grade mysterious crystal? A saint-grade mysterious crystal of the fire element. Yun Nuashing and Yun looked at it and immediately shouted in surprise. No wonder it can condense such a pure fire bead. It turns out that it has this thing. Mysterious crystals were divided into 10 levels and contained a huge amount of energy. With each level, the energy would increase exponentially. This could be seen from the fact that Yun Nuashing's arrow could surpass many levels to defeat an enemy. In the world, the mysterious crystals that were the most widely circulated and bought in ordinary places were ordinary grade to superior grade. No matter where a superior grade mysterious crystal was placed, it would be crazily fought over. It was even impossible to buy it at all. There was no difference between ordinary grade and immortal grade mysterious crystals. There was only a difference in the amount of energy they contained. Once it reached the saint grade, the difference was like heaven and earth. If immortal grade mysterious crystal wanted to become a saint grade mysterious crystal, it had to condense elemental energy and convert the pure energy it contained into pure elemental energy. Only then could it be considered a saint-grade mysterious crystal. Only when half of its pure energy was converted into elemental energy could it be considered a saint-grade mysterious crystal. As for a peerless grade mysterious crystal, it was completely converted into elemental energy. Divine grade, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at the thought of a divine grade mysterious crystal of this level. It seemed that no one had ever seen such a legendary thing. It made people wonder if there was really a divine grade mysterious crystal. Therefore, it was not counted as a level 11 mysterious crystal. This saint grade mysterious crystal, which was as tall as a small mountain, was estimated to weigh at least 1,000,000 pounds. However, this weight was nothing to Yun Nuashing. He walked around the small mountain twice and waved his hand to put it into the pendant. The 9-colored light that lit up half of the sky also disappeared. Looking at this world again, Yun Nuashing felt that there was nothing special. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go. There's nothing left here." Then he took out the netherworld ruins, sword, and waved to Yun. Then he walked directly to the edge of this world. Behind him, Yun nodded and also walked slowly to the edge. As soon as they reached the edge of the gravel pile, the netherworld ruins sword emitted a soft purple-black light that wrapped around the two of them. Then a gap suddenly appeared in the space. The two of them walked out slowly and disappeared. As the two of them disappeared, this space also slowly closed up. Only the endless boiling lava was left lifeless. Chapter 51. The 2 stars hung high in the sky, sprinkling rays of blazing sunlight onto the earth. The sunlight passed through the leaves, filtering out the heat and turning into a warm ray of light. It penetrated through the forest and shone on the earth. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the trees to sway, blowing a light breeze. The forest was full of life. In the distant sky, a huge energy vortex suddenly condensed, but it only lasted for an instant before quickly disappearing. Beside the big tree below, a silver spatial door slowly opened, and two figures walked out, one red and one black. It's not an iceberg anymore. Yun Nuashing raised his head as soon as he came out. He saw the energy vortex disappear in the blink of an eye, and then looked at the peaceful surroundings. It was not an iceberg, and there was no whistling cold wind. He could not help but be a little startled and said, "Where is this?" Spatial jump. That self-contained world is hidden in a hidden space. There are many entrances, and the place we entered was only one of them. If we came out, we would just choose a random entrance. Therefore, the place we came out from might not be the place we entered. However, this place... Yu-in thought for a while and said, "I get goosebumps when I see the forest." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. When he saw the forest, he thought of the ghostly forest. When he thought of the ghostly forest, he thought of that incident, and he inexplicably thought of the soul-devouring tree. The two of them were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they flew inside for a long time, found a mountain range, and dug out a cave. With a wave of their hands, they shook off the rocks at the entrance of the cave and blocked it. Many moonstones were inlaid on the walls of the mountain on both sides, and the soft light illuminated the cave. It was not glaring, but it was not dark either. Yun Nuashing blocked the entrance of the cave and walked in. He saw that Yu-in was already sitting cross-legged on a piece of blue stone, but he did not mind. He casually sat down about 10 feet away from her. This blue stone contained some jade, and it was slightly cool when he sat on it. It made him shiver, but it also made him more alert. He slowly took out a large pile of medicinal ingredients. The 1-meter tall medicinal cauldron fell to the ground. The weight of the cauldron caused the entire cave to shake a few times, causing a lot of dust to fall. Now that the 3 main ingredients were in his hands, Yun Nuashing naturally wanted to refine the snow flame facial skin first. There were so many troublesome things hanging behind his back that he was tired of. "Oh my God!" Yun Nuashing's expression changed as she thought of something. She suddenly slapped herself on the forehead. Her slow reaction caused Yu-in to be at a loss. If you want to refine it, why don't you refine it in that world? The fire element there is very rich, so it should be much easier. He said bitterly when he saw Yin's confusion. "Little star, have you refined medicine before?" Yu-in blinked at Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange expression. "No." Yun Nuashing shook her head and answered honestly, "I knew it. Everyone who hasn't refined medicine before would say that." Yu-in rolled her eyes at him and said, "Who told you that when refining medicine, the richer the fire element in the surroundings, the better? If you can't control it well in the end, that much energy will only be a burden." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and smiled with a confused expression. "When we refine the medicine later, you will do it. Because you have 4 types of elements, you will be able to bring out the maximum effect of the medicine and sublimate it. Moreover, your spiritual strength and divine sense are strong enough, so you will be able to control it very accurately." Generally speaking, almost everyone could refine medicine, and it wasn't very difficult. As long as one had some understanding, it wasn't impossible to figure it out on one's own. In the previous era, there was a national trend of refining medicine. With the help of the earth vein fire, or as Yun Nuashing said, directly using the rich fire element in the magma, one could refine medicine regardless of the choice. However, the shortcomings of both methods were very obvious, which was that they were difficult to control and had limitations. Therefore, this highlighted the advantage of refining medicine for those who had the fire element. Most of the elements in their body could be controlled easily, and there wouldn't be a riot due to uncontrollable control. Moreover, there were no limitations. They didn't need to find magma or a dragon vein when they wanted to refine medicine. Although dragon veins were basically everywhere, they weren't as good as their own elements, which allowed them to refine medicine as they pleased. There was nothing rare about pure refining medicine. What was rare was the elixirs that contained elemental energy. The classification of alchemists was the same as that of mysterious crystals, which was also from mortal grade to divine grade. When refining medicine, they would occasionally need to add some mysterious crystals to improve the quality, strengthen the medicine, and sublimate it. Therefore, the classification of alchemists was based on the amount of mysterious crystals that they could completely control. Of course, that was for ordinary alchemists. There was another classification according to the elements. For example, a single element alchemist could refine a pill that contained one type of elemental energy and so on. There were also double element alchemists, triple element alchemists, and so on. In the recorded history of the divine world, there was an 8-element alchemist who sublimated his alchemy skills to the extreme, but there was no detailed record of his grade. Among the alchemists, there was no lack of single-element alchemists. Because of the limitations of their innate talents, only the god emperors could try to sublimate themselves and absorb a new element into their bodies. They could then refine and fuse the new element into their bodies so that they could become higher-level alchemists. However, it was extremely dangerous to absorb a new element into one's body. For this kind of alchemists, their innate talent was the most important factor. Almost everyone's future achievements were determined by their innate talent. And now, this 4-element alchemist, who would have great achievements in the future, was sweating profusely as he controlled the bright red flame that was flying up and down like a dragon in the medicine cauldron. The essence of the herbs was being forced out of them, and the other 3 elements were quietly floating on the side. He controlled the flame to incessantly burn the herbs in the medicine cauldron. He used the flame to roast them and force out the essence of the herbs. Then he condensed the elemental energy into the medicinal liquid and through the herbs that had been completely forced out of the medicine cauldron. They fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. The snow flame facial skin was a top-grade prescription. It could change one's appearance and conceal the secrets of heaven. It could sublimate one's appearance to the extreme. One would become more handsome, and one would become uglier. Even one's voice would change. However, it could also be changed at will. By default, it would show the appearance that was most suitable for one's face. However, such a high-grade prescription also required a frightening number of ingredients. There were more than 70 kinds of ingredients. For the past half a month, Yun Nuashing had been sitting cross-legged in front of the medicine cauldron. He had activated his soul power to the extreme. Every inch of space in the medicine cauldron was under his perception. He adjusted the flame with meticulous control. The temperature was sometimes high and sometimes low. At the same time, he was also controlling the other 3 elements to slowly nourish them. This made Yun Nuashing so anxious that he wanted to fall asleep. The 2 of them weren't official alchemists. Regarding this field, they couldn't even be considered to have set foot in it. They were 2 noobs. Similarly, this thing wasn't a medicinal pill. With the help of external forces, it could generally be refined. Therefore, although it was called a high-quality item, in reality, finding a common alchemist and spending a bit of time to refine it could also be done. During this period, Yun Nuashing also activated the magic formation to condense energy. He threw out 4 magic weapons. Celestial-grade glazed crystals fell to the ground. The bright 8-colored light illuminated the whole cave. It was gorgeous. The surrounding energy kept pouring into Yun Nuashing's body, replenishing his exhausted body and making it full of strength again. "Let me do it. You take a rest first." Yin couldn't help but sigh when she saw Yun Nuashing lying at the side, panting heavily and turning into a pile of mud. She handed over the pile of refining work. With their current mortal realm cultivation, it was still too strenuous to refine the high-quality skin. Without 2 people taking turns, it was basically impossible. No matter what, it was still in the ranks of high-quality products. There were also so many materials that the two of them were in a mess. They didn't know how many materials they had burned. Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded weakly. His eyes rolled back, and he actually fell asleep. After resting for a long time, Yun Nuashing finally sat up. He saw Yu Yin lightly biting her red lips with her eyebrows slightly knitted. Sweat unceasingly slid down her cheeks and dripped down from her spotlessly white chin. Yun Nuashing promptly got up. His weak soul force drilled into the medicinal cauldron and began to mobilize the four elements to sublimate the medicinal liquid floating at the side. Traces of elemental energy dyed the liquid. Another half a month passed. The two of them went up one after the other and carried out a battle of attrition, ceaselessly refining the 70-plus medicinal herbs. Even so, the two of them still felt as if they were on the verge of death. They were exhausted and felt as if they were floating in the air, and they looked as if they were about to die. "I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so tired. I'm going to die. The goddess of Taiyuan says she can't do it. But I'm very tired. Bear with it. Just grit your teeth and it'll be over. You've been complaining for half a month. You've been howling for half a month. It's so annoying. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to." Words like this were repeated every day in this small cave. A month later, the supplementary materials were all refined. They floated in every corner of the medicine cauldron. The sparkling and translucent colors reflected on the walls of the medicine cauldron, making it look magnificent. The two of them sprawled on the ground, allowing the pure energy of the mysterious crystal to cleanse their bodies. Although this kind of energy and mind-consuming refining made Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing extremely tired, the harvest was also great. With one consuming energy and the other gaining energy, the two of them had both increased by one level. Yu Yin was now at the 12th revolution mortal stage. She was faintly touching the barrier of the first pole. Who knew when she would be able to leap into the first pole? On the other hand, Yun Nuashing was now at the 10th revolution mortal stage. Although he was 2 revolutions lower than Yu Yin, his essence force had condensed to the point of crystallization. The energy required to advance was simply not on the same level. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. If he was in a hurry to advance, there were still a few heavenly spirit branches in the pendant. Once he refined them, it wasn't impossible for him to leap a few major realms. The two of them rested for a long time. When they had completely recovered, they slowly sat at the two ends of the medicine cauldron and took out the 3 main ingredients, which were the ones they had been searching for half a year. 10,000-year green spiritual vine, ice spirit flame flower, snow crystal. The 10,000-year green spiritual vine was 100 meters long. When it appeared in the cave, the rich life energy made the two of them tremble and their bodies shake. They took out a small section and put away the rest. Because refining medicine didn't require so much, a small section was enough. As soon as the 10,000-year green spiritual vine entered the medicine cauldron, a blazing flame rose up and enveloped the green spiritual vine. That high temperature didn't immediately incinerate it. In fact, the medicinal herb actually emitted a faint green glow under the calcination of the flame, isolating it from the surrounding flames that pounced over. The two of them weren't anxious about the green spiritual vine's automatic defense. Generally speaking, all heaven and earth spirit creatures had the ability to protect themselves. They were able to rely on their instincts to resist external harm. Even though the two of them had expected the green spiritual vine's degree of resistance to heat, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but gasp when he saw that the green spiritual vine had only just begun to melt after half a month. The green spiritual vine was forced to emit rays of green brilliance by the surrounding flames. Majestic life energy instantly suffused the air and filled the entire cave. The two of them took a deep breath and instantly felt the exhaustion in their bodies disappear. This caused them to hurriedly pull themselves together and increase the firepower to refine it with all their might. Another 7 days passed before the green spiritual vine finally turned into ashes, leaving behind a dark green medicinal liquid. A dense life energy suffused the air. Taking a breath would make one feel refreshed. Up until this point, it had been rather smooth sailing. However, when the two of them simultaneously faced the ice spirit blaze flowers, something unexpected happened. The vigorous water element almost turned around and extinguished the flames that rose from them. However, this situation collapsed when Yin took out that fire bead. The sudden surge of elemental energy transformed the bright red flames into a scarlet red color. They danced in the medicine cauldron and swallowed the ice spirit blaze flowers in one gulp. A shockingly high temperature pervaded the cave, causing the mountain walls to become even hotter. The fiery red color reflected on the two faces that were constantly dripping with sweat. Apart from the beginning, the rest of the process was rather peaceful. After waiting for another month, the ice spirit blaze flower finally dissolved into a fist-sized reddish-blue medicinal liquid. It was immediately enveloped by Yun Nuashing's light element and the other 3 elements. Strands of elemental energy gushed into the liquid droplet, changing its quality. In the end, when they refined the snow crystals, the flames simply couldn't rise. The dense and cold water element firmly suppressed the flames of the two of them. No matter how much they increased their strength, they could only see the fire element cowering and hiding in a corner. On the contrary, the water element in the medicine cauldron was denser. Yun Nuashing squinted her eyes and looked for a long time. She sighed and thought for a moment before taking out a piece of saint-grade, mysterious crystal the size of a fingernail from her pendant. Under Yu Yin's astonished gaze, she threw it into the medicine cauldron. Boom! The moment the mysterious crystal entered the cauldron, it turned into a monstrous flame. The blazing flame rushed out from the medicine cauldron and destroyed the cave. At this moment, it was as if there was an earthquake. The entire mountain range was shaken to the point that dozens of cracks spread out. Scorching heat waves that were red to purple spurted out from the cracks and refined it completely. As soon as the mysterious crystal was thrown in, the two of them fled as if they were flying. Now that they saw this scene, they looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly rushed down at the same time. That was the result of their hard work for nearly 3 months. It couldn't have been blown to smithereens just like that, right? But fortunately, when they pressed down the dust, the bronze medicine cauldron was still placed there in perfect condition. From time to time, 2 curling flames would spurt out. Inside the cauldron, dozens of medicinal liquids that emitted 9-colored light were dripping and spinning. In the middle, a piece of snow-white powder was also dyed with some colorful colors. It turns out that a small piece can save 2 months of effort. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and exclaimed in joy. In the end, she was rolled her eyes by Yin and could only smile embarrassedly. The two of them immediately sat down cross-legged and rubbed the medicinal liquids and powder together without stopping, separating them into 3 mottled colored liquids. When the energy stabilized and the medicinal properties were neutralized, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. They controlled their soul strength to collide the 3 liquids together. However, perhaps it was a little repulsive. The 3 liquids stopped moving when they got close to each other. No matter how they urged their soul strength was useless. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and fused the 4 elements together. His vast soul power was activated to the maximum and brought the 4 elements to condense into an energy vortex that was 1 foot in size. The sudden increase in pressure forced the 3 balls of liquid to collide together. An inexplicable energy was also suddenly born. However, before it could spread out, it was suppressed in all aspects by the soul power that blotted out the sky and earth. It was firmly and forcefully rubbed together. Speechless, she looked at the malevolent and beautiful face and the ice blue and red liquid that had completely fused together. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing, who had instantly relaxed and was constantly breathing out. Yin unhappily gave him a knock on the head. Why was he so violent when refining medicine? The energy contained in the medicine caused a small riot. She clearly felt it, although it was suppressed by him, sticking out her tongue. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and compressed the mottled liquid that was the size of a head to the size of a fist. Then she carefully placed it into a jade bottle. Then, with a flick of her finger, 2 thumb-sized drops of medicine flew out of the jade bottle and landed in front of her. The 2 drops of resplendent liquid floated in front of Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing smiled and took the lead to float to the side with the drop. She smiled and said, "Let's see what we've transformed into." Yin nodded and covered her mouth as she laughed. "You must be a girl," hearing the laughter behind her. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and replied loudly, "No. Ken. Taking a deep breath, she controlled the liquid to slowly approach his face. Just as it was about to come into contact with his face, the thumb-sized liquid suddenly enlarged and turned into a thin layer that just happened to cover his entire face. The ice-cold feeling made him feel extremely comfortable. It flickered with 2 colors, blue and red. After a moment, it melted into his skin and disappeared. At the same time, he felt a new connection appear in his senses. The divine light mirror moved according to her will and appeared in her palm. Using the divine tool as a mirror, she looked at herself and found that there were no changes. This made Yun Nuashing a little astonished. A beautiful face appeared in the divine light mirror. The long and narrow face of Mei Mao exuded a sense of ethereal purity. Her slender eyebrows were naturally curved, and she had a tall nose. Her sparkling and translucent face was cute as if it was carved from jade. Her skin was transparent like ice crystals, and her tender and charming red lips were slightly raised at an astonishing angle. She suddenly became overflowing with a seductive aura. Anyone who saw her would exclaim in admiration, "What a devastatingly beautiful girl!" Her voice was like the tinkling of a clear spring flowing through Little Stone. It was like the tinkling of silver bells, like the sound of nature, intoxicating anyone who heard it. No, not like this. Chapter 52. May I ask if the heavens are laughing? Yun Nuashing, no, Xian looked up to the heavens and screamed. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of sadness, making people feel sorry for her. What's wrong? What's wrong? Not far away, Yin heard this clear and melodious voice that was like the sound of nature. It was heart-wrenching and mournful. She had a slight guess in her heart, but she was still taken aback and hurriedly ran over. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and her long hair swayed like a waterfall. Her ethereal face was beautiful and out of this world. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, and her bones were like divine jade. Her entire body seemed to be wrapped in a faint holy light, holy and inviolable. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, gentle and soft, making people's hearts palpitate. It was as if she could ascend to heaven at any time. Although she was not as enchanting as Xian, she had a heart-warming feeling, making people unable to help but indulge in her. It was obvious that the so-called Shuiyan skin had greatly changed their appearances. However, they had both become more beautiful. Speaking from the girl's point of view, Yin looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, and Yun Nuashing looked even younger, around 14 or 15 years old. She was in the prime of her life. Was she really going to become Xian? Little star! Yin's face turned red, and she quickly covered her red lips. Her eyes curved into crescents, and her clothes shook along with her delicate body. Seeing Yun Nuashing's appearance, she could not help but secretly laugh. Before coming to the snow mountain, Yun Nuashing had already removed her makeup. She did not expect that she would become a girl, and she looked even cuter and more beautiful. Sis, Mei Mao's face was sad, and a mist quietly gathered in her eyes. She looked delicate and pitiful, causing people's desire to protect her to explode to the extreme. Good girl, don't cry. Yu Yin squatted down and gently stroked her head. She gently said, the Shui Yen skin can change your appearance at will. We can just change another one, don't cry. I only care about what it said. It's the most suitable face. Yun Nuashing shook her head and almost burst into tears. I already said that you reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be a girl in this life. Yu Yin smiled sweetly and joked, that's not bad. It's quite cute. Yu Xian's complexion changed greatly. Her face twitched as she jumped up. The blue and red light on her face changed again before dissipating. A handsome and confident face emerged from the light. He had a fair face, sharp eyebrows, and a thin face. His pitch-black eyes glowed with a golden light. His hands were behind his back, and he was dressed in pitch-black clothes. He wore a large black windbreaker with the collar up to cover his neck. His narrowed eyes and the smile on his face made him look arrogant and unruly. You finally look like a little star. Yu Yin stood up and looked at that handsome and confident face. She nodded. You're not calling me a little girl anymore. Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and smiled. Her deep voice made her so excited that she almost jumped up. Little Star has become a little boy. Yu Xian pinched her cheeks and smiled. Yun Nuashing's complexion stiffened. She curled her lips and shrugged. She walked out of the shattered mountain range with Yu Yin. The two of them looked at the boundless forest in the air. They didn't know where to go. They had planned to go back to the city to take a look. After all, they had left for 4 months. But now they had no direction. If they walked around randomly, they didn't know where they would end up. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and took out the map of the Taiyuan region that she had bought but never used. With a flick of her finger, the map unfolded in front of her. It was 1,000 feet long and wide. The two of them didn't know what to say when they saw it. After looking at the map for a long time, Yun Nuashing angrily put it away. Then she looked up at the sun and flew toward the southeast with Yu Yin. After all, their ultimate goal was to go to Xingming City. That was in the center of the Taiyuan region. They couldn't be teleported there, right? During the flight, Yun Nuashing took out the stone egg and placed it on her head. It needed to continuously absorb energy, so she might as well take it out to absorb solar energy. After all, there was a lot of fire element in it. They flew like this for 3 months. Along the way, they didn't encounter any human cities. They saw many beast settlements. When they passed by occasionally, they would see some beast tribes. There were no humans, so they didn't stop. Instead, they rode the Netherruin sword and leisurely floated in the sky. It had been 7 months since the Netherruin sword absorbed the divine weapon soul. There weren't any changes. Even Yun Nuashing, who was connected to it, didn't notice anything wrong. If there was a change, it seemed to be that the spiritual energy was a little denser. She opened her evil spirit eye and looked at the sword. There were still many broken arrays that covered the entire sword. Although Yun Nuashing wanted to repair it, he gave up when he couldn't move it at all even after using all the energy in his body. He was speechless, as expected of a sword that can only be repaired by a rebirth realm cultivator. Damn it, I can't move it even if I die from exhaustion. And, for the first time, the Netherruin sword seemed to be very quiet. It didn't refute Yun Nuashing's words, nor did it say anything. It just listened to his words, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if it didn't want to talk to him. Although Yun Nuashing found it a little strange, he didn't say anything. It was said that divine weapons were like living creatures. Humans also had times when they didn't want to talk to others, let alone a sword. The night was long and full of stars. The wilderness was quiet and silent. There was a gentle breeze and a bright moon. It was peaceful and comfortable. Lying on the grass under the night sky, Yun Nuashing stretched his arm towards the night sky as if he wanted to grab the twinkling stars. Millions of stars were shining brightly together. They were like the lights in the sky. accompanied by the bright moon, the faint light scattered on Yun Nuoxing's body. So beautiful! Yun Nuoxing murmured with a slight smile. There was a hint of yearning in his eyes. The distance between the stars is very far. Some of the distances even exceed the entire length of the Source Peak domain. Only in this place where all the lights are gathered can we see the resplendent starry sky. Yu Yin walked lightly, leaning against Yun Nuoxing as she lay down. She copied him and stretched out her jade-like hand, covering the stars in this place. You're already so old, yet you're still yearning for the starry sky? Yu Yin turned her head to the side. Mei Mao's lips curved into a crescent moon shape as she smiled. Yes, because it's very beautiful. Yun Nuoxing smiled. He didn't hide his yearning in the slightest. Then, Yu Yin turned her head and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm. She said gently, "Let's go up and take a look." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. He pulled Yu Yin to her feet. The 6 wings on his back spread open. He flapped them fiercely and rushed up into the night sky with a gust of wind. The 2 of them only stopped rising when the wind element around them weakened significantly. They raised their heads to look at the starry sky. They didn't know how far the sky was. Yun Nuoxing's eyes reflected the specks of the starry sky. The smile on his face became even gentler. At this moment, he really looked as innocent as a child. As expected, he's still a little brat. Yu Yin laughed in her heart when she saw his mesmerized expression. She also raised her head to look at the starry sky with him. They started strolling under the starry sky. With the stars above their heads, they looked down at the land in the distance. They moved slowly and aimlessly. Big sister. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing turned his head to the side. He frowned slightly, but he was smiling. Yes. Yu Yin turned her head and looked at him gently. He tilted his head and looked at the starry sky. Finally, he looked at Yu Yin and said, "If I recover my memories one day, will you still treat me as the same person?" Yu Yin was stunned for a moment. She patted his head and smiled. "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He suddenly thought of this because he was reminded of the past. However, he didn't intend to tell her about this. Blinking her eyes, Yu Yin smiled sweetly. She had not changed her appearance and was still the same as before. She was still as beautiful and moving as ever. She hugged Yun Nuoxing gently as his face turned red. She put her red lips next to his ear and whispered with a smile, "Little star! You'll always be a little star. A little silly star who needs to be held in the palm of my hand." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and nodded. He didn't say anything, nor did he express anything. However, he felt a little warm in his heart. Yu Yin smiled. Her red lips touched Yun Nuoxing's forehead lightly. Then she ran away happily. She jumped under the starry sky like a nimble elf. Yun Nuoxing touched his forehead and smiled. "How dare you tease me?" He flapped his 6 wings and flew towards Yu Yin, who was waving at him from afar. The next day, the light of dawn climbed over the horizon. The first rays of dawn shone on the land. The sun seemed a little lazy. Yun Nuoxing got up and stretched. He gently woke up Yu Yin, who was lying beside him. The 2 of them went to the stream and washed up. Then, with surging spirits, they rushed towards the rising sun and summoned the Nether Void sword. They leisurely continued their journey. The warm sunlight shone on their bodies, and a gentle breeze blew through their long hair. It was a very pleasant morning. As the sun moved, all living things also woke up. The world gradually became more lively. There were more roars of beasts in the forest. 1 or 2 birds flew by from time to time. They looked at Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing before flying off into the distance. After nearly 5 months, Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing saw a familiar yet strange shadow on the horizon. The city wall. "There's a city, there's a city." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and looked at the dark city wall in the distance. He was stunned for a long time. Then he suddenly jumped up in surprise. He quickly woke up Yu-in, who was curled up next to him and using his clothes as a pillow. Let me sleep a little longer. Yu-in pulled Mei Mao up a little and said in a sleep-talking voice. It seemed like she was still sleeping. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. What? We're in the city. Where? I want to go to the restaurant. I want to eat to my heart's content. However, in an instant, Yu-in, who had reacted, also jumped up. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's shoulder and looked left and right, as if she had seen something rare. She looked like she was about to drool. Calm down. Being flung to the point that he was out of breath, Yun Nuashing almost couldn't catch his breath and directly died. He hurriedly pressed Yu-in down and took in a deep breath. Buzz! Suddenly, the netherworld ruin sword trembled and slowly stopped. It had not made a sound for almost a year. At this time, it was inexplicably indicating that it wanted to leave for a while and asked the two to ignore it. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yun Nuashing asked as he pulled Yu-in down from the sword and looked at the netherworld ruined sword that had shrunk to its normal size. Buzz, I'll leave for a while. I'll be back. Don't worry about me. I can find you. You can go first. After the netherworld ruined sword finished its sentence, it left the two confused people and flew into the sky, leaving a small shadow behind. The two from Yun Nua Star looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. In this 1 year, why did he suddenly leave just like that? Although they had felt strange before. After all, they had not spoken for a year. The two did not think too much about it, since it said that it would leave for a while, then they would wait for a while. The weapon that ranked first on the divine weapon ranking, as well as their consciousness and soul, would be stolen by others. Thinking of this, the two shook their heads and entered the city together. He changed his appearance at will and walked into a restaurant. Then he sat down on the second floor and called for a banquet. He explained to the people around him what it meant to be a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. He wolfed down the food and was like a tiger swallowing 10,000 miles. Everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly shifted their gazes away. In fact, the two were not hungry. They just wanted to reminisce about the past. It had been a year since they entered the city. They had said that they would not become ascetic monks, but because of various things they lived in the mountains. Chapter 53. The two of them reminisced for a while and rested in the largest inn in the city for 3 days. Then they slowly wandered the streets and collected information while they were at it. They wanted to find out where they were and what they should do next so that they wouldn't wander around aimlessly like headless flies. People came and went on the streets. Shouts rose and fell one after another. There were so many people that they were almost shoulder to shoulder. The large streets were filled with pedestrians. It seemed like this was a very famous city. At least, Yun Nuashing hadn't seen so many people in Xingling City. She casually asked a person on the street and knew the name and location of this city. This was Star Luo City, located in the southwest of Sourcepeak region. It was not far from the west and was the most prosperous city among the dozens of nearby cities. It was very famous in the entire southwest region. The faction stationed here was also very famous. It was one of the 12 star palaces, Star Luo Palace. This city was one of the first few cities for the Young Heroes competition that was held every 10 years. This year's competition just happened to be held here. That was why there were so many people recently. Even the city, Lord, didn't have a good way to manage it. Young Heroes competition? Why is it held in Sourcepeak region and not the Divine Prefecture? The headquarters of all the major factions are there. Wouldn't it be troublesome for them to participate here? Yun Nuashing thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. This is also the choice of the major factions. The realm of the gods is so vast that it is unimaginable. Who knows how long it would take for one person to completely explore it? They also divide the young experts of each competition into different regions. This time it is Sourcepeak region. Next time it might be Extreme Plain region. then Ganyuan region, Kuinyuan region, and the Divine Prefecture. Damn. However, this was also a feasible method. Every region had its own unique things. While exploring the realm of the gods, they could also indirectly compare the 5 regions. Which region was more suitable for tempering people? If a faction wanted to completely explore the realm of the gods, it would take a very long time, even if they could cover the sky with one hand. Thus, these glorious missions were handed over to their disciples. This year's Young Heroes competition is very exciting. Sourcepeak region has a goddess. The Divine Prefecture has 9 kings, Sourcepeak region has 8 emperors, and Extreme Plain region has 12 god pillars. It will be very interesting when all these heroes gather. Then, why did you bring out Goddess Taiyuan alone? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched involuntarily when she heard this title again. Moreover, the titles 8 and 9 were titles that belonged to a group. She was the only one who had the title of Taiyuan Goddess. It said that this Taiyuan Goddess doesn't have any background. She doesn't come from any power, but her reputation isn't any weaker than the core disciples of those big powers. She destroyed the soul-devouring tree and killed 3 elders of the sacred tool Divine Palace, who in the younger generation can compete with her. That person was very excited, his saliva flying everywhere. Yun Nuoxing smiled and didn't say anything, but the veins on her forehead were throbbing. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Damn it, I didn't kill those 3 old guys. It was clearly the Divine King of the Golden Temple who did it. Why are you pushing the blame to me? It's said that all the young elites have declared war on the goddess, especially those young experts from the large forces. It seems like they really want to exchange blows with her. Yesterday, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets sent a message saying that the goddess will also come to Star Luo City. It's just that we don't know when she will arrive. Right now, there are already many people waiting outside the city. It's the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets again. Are you King purposely making things difficult for me? King took my position as soon as Su Ming left. What do you want? Can't you just give me a quick death? Yun Nuoxing resisted the urge to go berserk. Why is the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets always paying attention to the goddess? Yu Yin patted Yun Nuoxing's head and asked, It seems that many forces have asked them to do so. The 11 alliances have been looking for the goddess for a long time, but they couldn't find her. They didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to ask the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets to keep an eye on the goddess. Now, the 11 alliances are almost kneeling down and begging the goddess to appear. No one knows why they are looking for her. The Light Temple is looking for the goddess because she has the light element. The 9 great elemental temples are looking for a very similar person. The Xian clan and Qin clan are on good terms with the Temple of Elemental Elements, so they are helping to look for her. But in reality, perhaps only they know why they are looking for the goddess. The information they spread to the outside world might not be true. Who would spend so much effort to look for an unrelated person? They say that they are looking for her, but when the time comes and they really find her, who would be so stupid to go with you? If it were you, would you just go with someone like that? Maybe you would end up fighting. Moreover, the goddess has divine level arrays, all kinds of divine weapons, and even the soul of a divine weapon. If you really go all out, the result will be hard to predict. Yun Nuoxing heard people calling her goddess left and right. Although she no longer looked like a girl like before, her face still twitched violently when she heard it. She could not help but want to hit someone. Latest news from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Goddess Taiyuan has already arrived at Star Luo City. Just as Yun Nuoxing and Shui Ying were about to leave, a person was running on the street while shouting nonstop, attracting everyone's attention. When they heard what he said, they were all stunned. Yun Nuoxing even staggered and almost fell on the street. F***CK. What? The goddess has arrived? She has already come in? Why hasn't a battle broken out? Could it be that those people on the city wall have already been defeated? Or did she sneak in without anyone noticing? Let's go. Let's go outside the city and take a look. Yun Nuashing looked at everyone shouting, and then the street became empty in an instant. She almost ground her teeth to pieces. Ahaha. Even if the little star has turned into a little boy, he still can't escape the goddess's shadow, ahaha. Yin laughed hysterically and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder. She was almost out of breath. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and almost fainted from anger. She quickly patted her chest and murmured, "Everything is fine, everything is fine." Unable to resist Yin's enthusiasm, Yun Nuashing was dragged out of the city by her. She said that she wanted to see how many people had gathered and how great the little star's reputation had become. Outside the city wall, it was quiet all around. Some people were floating in the sky, while others were standing on the city wall. All of them were staring at the road outside the city without blinking. The austere atmosphere made them afraid to even breathe loudly. Did this group of people take aphrodisiac? Why are they so excited? Standing on the roof and looking at the black mass of people floating in the sky, some of them had even drawn their shining weapons and looked like they were ready for battle. Yun Nuashing broke out in cold sweat. Are they here to take a look or to fight as a group? Fortunately, I have already disguised myself. Otherwise, with so many people attacking at the same time, if I don't activate the 10,000 spirits killing array, he really won't be able to withstand it. Yun Nuashing muttered with lingering fear. Yin tugged at the corner of Yun Nuashing's clothes and pointed to a spot in the sky. She laughed softly and said, "Over there, that stinky man and the others are here." Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and looked in the direction she was pointing at. Suddenly, a group of 9 people wearing brightly colored clothes appeared in her line of sight. They were the 9 people that she had called a hodgepodge of carrots, vegetables, and chicken. The one leading them was the white-clothed man who had been shouting, "What did I do wrong?" all day long, Yao Hua. A year has passed, and their strength has also increased. They have all reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm. Yun Nuashing muttered in her heart as she spread her soul energy into the void and probed the strength of the 9 people. Suddenly, Yao Hua felt a gaze on him. He turned his head in astonishment and looked in that direction. He saw Yun Nuashing looking at him expressionlessly. Her pitch-black eyes were a little empty. Yao Hua frowned. He didn't know who this young man was. "Big brother, what's wrong? Did you see the goddess?" Lei Ming asked when he saw his frown. "No." Yao Hua shook his head. After Yun Nuashing looked away, Yao Hua turned his gaze back to the outside of the city and muttered in his heart, "I sensed wrong." Seeing him turn his gaze back, Yun Nuashing curled her lips and muttered in her heart, "Damn stinky man." He turned his gaze to everyone present. He had no interest in this so-called young heroes competition. However, he had heard from the person on the street that almost all the young experts had declared war on the goddess of Taiyuan. This made his expression a little strange. He didn't know whether to participate or not. In a year, Yun Nuashing and Lei Ming had naturally broken through to the 1st level of the mortal stage and were at the 11th transformation stage. Yin was also at the 12th transformation stage and could break through to the 2nd level at any time. The 2 of them were trying their best to suppress it. They were afraid that if they broke through to the 2nd level too early, there would be a hole in their bodies. However, Yao Hua still felt that this speed was faster than flying a rocket. Basically, no one could surpass him in 1 year. The strength of the 4 elements was well-deserved. Moreover, his origin energy had already condensed into a crystal. If there were no accidents, he would basically have no opponents at the same level as him. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 2nd level at any time. During this year, he had carefully studied the things in the pendant. He boasted that he wouldn't be stronger than those geniuses that the major forces had painstakingly nurtured. The only problem was that he didn't know if there would be any special restrictions in the Young Heroes competition. Yun Nuashing had the light element, so the only person present who needed to be on guard was Yao Hua, who also had the light element. As for the others, they were more or less ignored by him. Little Star, are you planning to participate in the competition? Seeing his eyes darting around, Yu guessed something and asked, So many people have declared war on me. I can't just ignore them, right? Yun Nuashing shrugged. This was the opposite of his principle of being too lazy to participate. No, it was the opposite of his principle of keeping a low profile. However, sometimes a little violence seemed to be able to silence a lot of voices. If someone was willing to put their face up for you to beat, why not? Little Star is going to transform into a comet. Yu said with a smile with an expectant look on her face. Wrong. Yun Nuashing grinned. An arrogant aura seemed to be emitted from his bones. He turned around, his long hair fluttering in the wind. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice as he said, I'm going to transform into a supernova. After standing there for a while, Yun Nuashing let out a long yawn. He jumped off the roof with Yu and slowly walked towards the largest hotel in the city, Big Brother. The two of them had just taken 2 steps when a tender voice suddenly came from behind them. In the voice, there was a slight fear and weakness that could not be detected. Yun Nuashing also felt that his trench coat was pulled by something, causing the two of them to be stunned and turn their heads in confusion. The girl who grabbed the corner of his windbreaker was wearing a purple robe. She was about 4 or 5 years old. She was delicate and had a small face that was as fair as an ice crystal. Her big purple eyes were filled with a pure color. Her long purplish-black hair was spread out and hung down to her waist. Her cute and lovable appearance was very moving. At the very least, Yun's fingers were already moving. She couldn't help but want to pinch her. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and saw Yun's infatuated look. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He then looked at the cute little girl, who wasn't even as tall as his waist. He thought for a moment, then squatted down, tilted his head, and smiled gently. What's wrong? The little girl blinked her purple eyes and mimicked him as she tilted her head. Her young and tender voice was clear and pleasant to listen to. She stretched out her crystal-clear little hand and tugged on Yun Nuashing's long hair. Big brother, take me away. Huh. Yun Nuashing's heart suddenly stopped, and his jaw almost hit the floor. Chapter 54. Little Star abducted a child. Yu widened Mei Mao's eyes and stared at Yun Nuashing in disbelief. Yun Nuashing turned around and rolled her eyes at her. Then she smiled at the little girl and asked, Whose child are you? Did you get lost? The little girl kept holding on to Yun Nuashing's long hair. She lowered her head and shook it. Then she said in a low voice, I don't know. Yun Nuashing's face trembled at the speed of sound. She exchanged glances with Yun. Then she looked at the empty street and back at the little girl. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Big brother. The little girl raised her head. Her pure eyes were filled with hope as she looked at him. She even touched his face with her little hand. Being stared at by those watery eyes full of hope, Yun Nuashing really couldn't refuse. After thinking for a moment, he reached out to touch her little head and said, What's your name? Ming. The little girl lowered her head and looked at her little feet. She answered timidly. There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Little Star, could she be the fruit that you abandoned in the past? Yun asked through telepathy as she looked at Mei Mao. F***CK. Am I that kind of person? Yun Nuashing's face couldn't get any darker when she heard this. A little. Look, it's Xing and Ming. Yun nodded and replied through telepathy. Nanny. Yun Nuashing's head instantly exploded. She couldn't control her telepathy and almost roared. I $% $/yen equals carat, and Ming Ming jumped in fright. His little feet staggered back 2 steps, and he sat down on the ground. His watery eyes were faintly filled with mist. Yun Nuashing slapped her forehead and hurriedly carried Ming up. He gently stroked her head and said apologetically, "Ming, don't cry. It's Big Brother's fault. It's not Ming's fault. Big Brother, take me away." Ming used his small hands to tightly grip Yun Nuashing's lapel. His young and tender voice had a slight nasal sound. "All right, I'll take you away. I'll take Ming to find his family." Yun Nuashing patted her back gently and hurriedly replied. She stood up and glared fiercely at Yun, who was playing with her hair and looking up at the sky. Her face twitched. Ming seemed to lack a sense of security. Her small hands clutched Yun Nuashing's collar tightly. Her small head was also pressed against Yun Nuashing's chest. She didn't move at all and hung on his body like a sloth. Yun Nuashing wanted to put Ming on his shoulder, but his collar was held tightly. He could only give up and continue hugging him like this. His other hand pulled over his windbreaker and wrapped Ming in it. "That's what you say, but I've never taken care of a child before. What should I do?" Yun Nuashing looked around and started walking casually. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Yun. "I've never taken care of a child before either." Yun was also dumbfounded. She said telepathically, "Let's hurry up and find Ming's home. The largest area is within Xing Luo City. It won't go beyond this area." "I think," Yun Nuashing sighed. He didn't expect that he would have to help someone else find their home before even seeing his own home. "Ming, what does your home look like?" Yun Nuashing asked as he patted the head of the little girl in his arms. "I don't know." Ming thought for a moment and shook her small head. Her voice was a little depressed. After a moment, she raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She said softly, "Big Brother is my home." Yun Nuashing stopped walking and smiled as he scratched Ming's delicate nose. However, he muttered in his heart, "Damn it, could it be that I really abandoned her in the past and left behind a daughter? But I don't feel the same bloodline." His soul quietly entered Ming's mind and walked around before gently retreating. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly and his slender brows furrowed tightly. "What's wrong?" Yun asked anxiously when she saw his gloomy expression. She thought that something had happened. "Ming doesn't have any memories. Her mind is blank." Yun Nuashing sighed and transmitted his voice. "No memories." Yin's little mouth formed an O shape. Her face was filled with disbelief. "How did she find you if she doesn't have any memories? How would I know?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Right now, most of the people in the city had run to the city walls to look for the goddess. The streets were empty. Occasionally, one or two little mice scurried across the streets. However, when they saw the two people walking towards them, they quickly ran away. The two of them took the little girl and wandered around the city. Naturally, they wanted to find Ming's family. However, they didn't find any clues even after they went to the big families and small families in Xing Luo City. They even went to the big forces outside the city. None of them knew Ming. However, the little girl was dressed rather luxuriously. Other than the people mentioned above, the two of them really couldn't think of any other families. Even Ming didn't have any impression of these places. He kept shaking his little head. After running through half of Xing Luo City without any results, the two of them returned to the inn, exhausted. "Ming, we're home." Yun Nuashing patted Ming's head and followed her thoughts. In the end, Yun rolled her eyes. "As the owner of the inn, I'm just smiling." Perhaps it was because they had been walking for too long. The little girl fell asleep in Yun Nuashing's arms. Her little hands clutched the front of her clothes tightly and didn't let go. Yun Nuashing sighed sorrowfully and took off her clothes. She gently placed Ming on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Then she took out another set of clothes from her pendant and put them on. She walked to the side with Yun. "What should we do?" Just as they walked far away, Yun Nuashing's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Yun with his lips and eyes in a strange position. His eyes were squeezed into one big and one small. He looked comical and hideous. Little star, you're too agitated. Yu-in rubbed his face lightly and sighed. Then, she suddenly grabbed Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and shook it vigorously. Isn't it just taking care of a child? It's nothing. Compared to this, we should think of a way to find Ming's family as soon as possible. I've never taken care of a child before. I can't handle it. Why do I feel like you're even more agitated than I am? Do you want to buy anything? Yu-in sighed as she patted Yin Nuoxing's face. Buy baby products. Milk powder, diapers, cotton-padded clothes, a crib, a nanny. Are you talking about these? Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly as she was patted on the head. Then, we'll buy a house to live in. You'll be the mother, and I'll work and raise Ming into an adult. Forget it! Let's put the young heroes competition aside for now. Before we start, let's go and find little Ming's family. There's so many people in Xing, Luo City. He might be an outsider's lost child. Someone should show up very soon. In the meantime, we'll take care of him, Yu-in said softly as she leaned against the railing. All right. Yin Nuoxing nodded stiffly. The expression on his face was one that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Night fell. The two moons, one ice blue and one dark red, slowly rose from the horizon. The two colors intertwined to form a purple curtain of light, dyeing the world in a riot of colors. Yin Nuoxing stood on the balcony with her hands on the railing. She raised her head and looked up at the starry sky. It was a habit she had maintained over the years. Every night, she would look at the starry sky for a long time without doing anything. Just looking at it quietly calmed her down. Big brother. While Yin Nuoxing was intoxicated by the starry sky, a soft voice suddenly called out from behind her. She pulled her attention back. She turned around and replied with a smile, Hey! I'm here. Yin Nuoxing walked over slowly and patted Ming's little head lovingly. Ming's bright eyes flickered. She reached out with her little hand and hooked it around Yin Nuoxing's neck. Then, she pressed her petite body against him. Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly. She hugged her with one arm and took out a black robe from her pendant. She draped it over Yu-in, who was sleeping on the table. Then, she took Ming with her and jumped out of the balcony. She spread her 6 pitch-black wings and rushed into the sky. Ming, look. Yin Nuoxing patted Ming's head and pointed at the endless starry sky. Ming slowly raised her head and looked in the direction she was pointing. Her clear purple eyes reflected the light of the starry sky. It was as if the stars were twinkling slightly. It's so beautiful. Ming opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at the twinkling starry sky. Her little mouth curled up slightly. That's the star. It emits the light of life in a distant world and illuminates the world of others. Yin Nuoxing patted her head and explained softly, What about that? Ming nodded her head and asked excitedly as she pointed at the 2 huge millstones. That's the twin moons of the realm of the gods. They're satellites that protect all living things. It's said that there's a group of people living on the moon. During every moon god festival, they'll fly down from the moon and spread the gospel in the realm of the gods. Ming blinked and nodded in confusion. She placed her little hand on Yin Nuoxing's face and turned her petite body to look at the starry sky. Yin Nuoxing smiled when she saw her excited look. Her 6 wings vibrated in the air and she gently floated up, getting closer to the starry sky. Her wings curved and covered Ming's body. The soft feathers caressed her little face and she closed her eyes in comfort. Io, little star, you don't want your older sister now that you have a little sister. Yin Nuoxing floated in the sky and raised his head to look at the starry sky. Suddenly, a somewhat resentful laughter came from behind him, causing him to shiver. He slowly turned around and saw a beautiful face with a smile that was not a smile. He laughed dryly. I saw that big sister was sleeping, so I didn't want to wake you up. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his head and blinked as he looked at Yu-in. Yu-in tugged at the black robe draped over her body. Mei Mao smiled as she looked at Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. She shook her head and didn't say anything. Big sister, don't blame Big Brother. It was Ming who asked Big Brother to bring me up. Ming suddenly reached out her little arms and hugged Yun Nuashing's neck. She leaned her little head against his face and looked at Yin timidly. Her big eyes were filled with innocence. Yin was stunned for a moment. She smiled and shook her head. She took a step forward and gently stroked Ming's soft hair. She smiled and said, "Big sister, I don't blame him. Come, let Big sister hug you." Yin smiled. Her little head looked at Yin and then looked at Yun Nuashing. After seeing him nod, she slowly reached out her little white hands and wrapped them around Yin's slender neck. She curled up in Yin's arms like a little bird. Yin covered her mouth and giggled. She hugged Ming tightly with both hands as if she had seen something precious. She gently swayed left and right and teased Ming with one finger, causing her to giggle. Seeing the two girls playing so enthusiastically, Yun Nuashing smiled slightly. His footsteps were light, and with his hands behind his back, he walked slowly into the distance with the wind. The ground in the distance was slightly bent. The God Realm was clearly a flat world, but someone had used a spatial forbidden spell to create this kind of visual effect. He didn't know what that person was thinking, but he deliberately made the world like this. Only when he was close to the sky could he see this unusual side. He had long been used to the scene. It was a different kind of feeling. The sky in the east lit up slightly. The stars gradually retracted their light and disappeared into the dark space. The sun poured its first ray of light onto Yun Nuashing. He looked at the two girls who were laughing not far away and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a little intoxicated by the warmth of the sun. He then looked to the west and sighed softly as the purple moonlight gradually receded. Another day. Is it morning first? Chapter 55. The news from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion caused half of the people in Star Luo City to rush to the city walls, waiting for the appearance of the goddess of Taiyuan. Some people waited until the sky turned white and their eyes turned black. Many people had already quietly left, but there were still many who stayed on the city walls, their eyes wide open and tears streaming down their faces. Only when two balls of fire appeared in the sky did they disperse, cursing and swearing. The goddess of Taiyuan was currently hugging a porcelain doll in her bed. She was very sleepy and had no idea that the outside world was going to be turned upside down. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion had already stated that the goddess had entered the city long ago, so there was nothing for them to say. Since they could not find the goddess, they could only pay attention to what was going to happen next. The age range for the Young Heroes competition was between 15 and 100 years old. The lifespan of the people in the celestial plane was relatively long. Ordinary people could live up to 300 to 400 years old, let alone cultivators. With a face of 16 or 18 years old, it was possible that they were old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The meaning of the competition was actually a competition between young people. Some young elites wanted to find people of the same generation to exchange pointers, discuss the Tao with their cultivation, and try their luck. They wanted to see if they could attract the attention of some major force and be recruited as a disciple. The major forces also had the same idea. They came to watch the competition to find some good seedlings and discover some young elites with potential. After that, they would bring them back and nurture them properly. In the beginning, the competition wasn't so formal at all. It was just some young experts who decided on their own location and fought each other. It wasn't until many years later that the competition gradually became so formal and organized. After a long time, some big forces began to pay attention to these things. They also gradually sent their disciples to compete and hone their skills. In the end, some people from other regions also came to participate in the competition. Of course, there was no lack of the purpose of strengthening the reputation of their own region. Frankly speaking, it's just a bunch of bored people getting together to fight. N. Yu-Yin stretched her body and yawned lazily. The three of them watched the sunrise from the sky before returning to the hotel to sleep. The competition would start at noon, so they could still sleep for a while. However, they did not seem to be fully awake. "Little star, wake up. You're a bored person now. The competition is about to start. Get up." Yu-Yin nudged Yin Nuashing, who was sleeping on the bed with Ming, and yawned. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked lifeless. Ming slowly woke up. He rubbed his eyes with his small hands and sat up in a daze. When he saw Yu-Yin, he smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, Sister Yu-Yin." "Ai." Yu-Yin smiled and patted her head. Then she glared at Yun Nuashing and said with a frown, "Little brat, wake up." After a long yawn, Ming reached out and pinched Yun Nuashing's nose. He said softly, "Big brother, get up. Sister Yu-Yin is calling you." "I only slept at dawn. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Yun Nuashing opened his bloodshot eyes and struggled to get up. He slammed his fists on the bed and struggled to get up. He lowered his head and looked like he was about to die. "Screw you. Why does a mortal realm cultivator need to sleep? Get up." The three of them washed up and left the hotel. They casually ate something and slowly walked towards the huge plaza in the center of the city. As they walked down the street, Yu-Yin suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and looked at Yun Nuashing and asked, "Little star, what identity do you plan to use to participate in the competition?" This. Yun Nuashing became mute. He opened his mouth, but did not say anything for a long time. Ming, who was sitting in Yun Nuashing's arms, poked her little head out and asked curiously, "Does Big Brother have any other identities?" "Yes." Yu-Yin smiled mischievously. Just as she was about to say something, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at her. "Let's use the identity of the goddess. In any case, those people are targeting her. Then, I'll use her identity to solve some problems. Otherwise, others will think that I'm a pushover. Although it has nothing to do with me." "Fine, it has something to do with me." Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and said. He didn't like to spar in public, but he also didn't like to hear rumors behind his back. This time, a group of people had collectively declared war on him. If he didn't go up, who knew what kind of disgusting and unpleasant words would be spread? Little Star is going to become Little Sheen. Yu-Yin covered her mouth and giggled. Big Brother is going to become Big Sister. During this time, Yu-Yin secretly transmitted her voice to Ming and told her the whole story. The little girl raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing curiously. She said, curiously, "Big Brother should be very beautiful." Yun Nuashing was stunned and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Central Arena was originally the largest arena in Star Luo City. It was specially set up for those who had excessive energy, battle maniacs, and people who had grudges. If they went there to settle their grudges, they had to swear that no matter what the outcome was, everything would be forgotten from the moment they stepped off the stage. The arena was over 10,000 feet in size and was divided into 20 arenas. In other words, so many young elites would compete in 20 lines, and the final battle would be held in the central arena. 15 to 100 years old? Wouldn't that be very unfair to those with lower cultivation? Yun Nuashing counted with her fingers. She didn't know her age, but she could pretend that she was 17 or 18 years old. If she went up against those who just happened to be 99 years old, wouldn't she be in trouble? Those who are able to participate in this kind of competition, which one of them doesn't think that they are strong enough and have a few tricks up their sleeves. Yu-Yin pursed her lips and said, "Moreover, mortal-level cultivators will compete against mortal-level cultivators, and immortal-level cultivators will only compete against immortal-level cultivators. There's no need to worry about that. You're not participating? Big sister, I'm not interested in these kinds of competitions. Demon-level innate talent disdains to fight with these little guys who can barely be considered elites, right?" Yun Nuashing continued before hugging Ming tightly and fleeing. "Stinking brat, stop right there. How dare you laugh at Big Sister?" Yu Yin's face reddened as she chased after him. The two of them chased for a few streets before stopping while panting. Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Well, I'm also not interested. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of losing my reputation, I wouldn't have come to participate in this damn competition." Yu Yin took a few deep breaths, patted her ample bosom, and said in a bad mood, "After all, everyone wants to see if you, the goddess, are worthy of your name. Of course, there are also many people who came for the light element. They want to defeat the element that is known as the fastest in the world, and then become famous." The central arena was over 3,000 meters tall and covered an extremely large area. However, it seemed that no matter how big it was, it couldn't stop the flow of people that came from all directions. At this very moment, outside the arena, there was a sea of people. It was overcrowded with people, and a boiling cauldron of voices could be heard. Star Luo City, which had been silent for a night, was completely awake at this moment. It emitted an incomparable vitality, so much so that there was a feeling of overflowing vitality. Actually, it was already quite late when Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing arrived. There weren't many people left in the passage meant for participants. Only a few young people were walking in. The youngest seemed to be just 15 years old, and the oldest seemed to be full of vitality. They didn't have the slightest bit of lethargy, and were walking with the vigor of a dragon or tiger, as if they were floating in the wind. After placing Ming in Yu Yin's hands, she found a corner and instantly changed her clothes. She changed into the most suitable face, and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her figure was tall, and she was in the prime of her youth. A beautiful and enchanting young girl appeared in front of the two of them. The only thing that was lacking was her chest was still flat, which made Yu Yin laugh for a long time. "Tisk, in the end, I'm still a man." Yun Nuashing, oh. Yu Xian rolled her eyes and took off her black windbreaker. Her clear and crisp voice could make people unable to help but be intoxicated. "Big brother is so beautiful." Ming excitedly spread her small hands and smiled at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing covered her chest and coughed violently. She carried Ming over and rubbed her small head with all her strength. She said, "Let's go." The three of them slowly walked into the participants' passage under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd. They left behind two figures that caused endless fanciful thoughts as they disappeared into the passage. What beautiful people! Could it be that these two great beauties will participate in this competition? Speaking of which, the goddess of Taiyuan should also be here. I just don't know if she'll participate. It's said that almost all the elites have declared war on her. If she doesn't participate, people will say that she's avoiding the battle. Moreover, she's already arrived in Star Luo City, so it's impossible that she doesn't know about this. Goddess Hat? I wonder if she's stronger than the 12 divine pillars of the ultimate plane region? Tisk, once the light element appears, who in the world can fight against it? That's not necessarily true. For this competition, those elites have been preparing for a long time. They might have a way to suppress the light element. Otherwise, they wouldn't have publicly declared war. The dusky passage gradually expanded into a small hall. Some people could faintly be seen walking forward. As for the two people who walked over, everyone only glanced at them before withdrawing their gazes. In the hall, there were 20 giant stone tablets that emitted a lustrous light in the dusky hall. Occasionally, someone would point at the stone tablets and whisper to each other. They would write down a name with their fingers and then walk into the passage behind the stone tablets without turning their heads, vanishing into the darkness. The 20 stone tablets represented 20 groups. They were densely packed with names. This so-called competition didn't have any special organization. As long as one met the requirements, they could participate. There were no less than 10,000 names written on the 20 stone tablets. However, there was one stone tablet that had very few names. There were only a few hundred names. Compared to the other stone tablets that had close to 1,000 names, this number was pitifully small. Yun Nuashing walked forward with a puzzled expression. He wanted to see what the reason was that these elites didn't choose this group. However, he only glanced at it and understood. On top of this stone tablet, there was a large name that emitted a white light. Brilliance! This damned, arrogant fart man, Yun Nuashing, fiercely cursed. Everyone was probably afraid of his light element, so they chose the other groups. However, there were still close to 100 people who chose this group. This made Yun Nuashing a little surprised. Could it be that there were really people who could match the light element? He didn't believe that these people all had the light element. Of course, he also didn't believe that these people were stupid enough to send themselves to death. Since they had the confidence to write down their names, they should have a way to deal with the light element, right? Battle steel of the 12 god pillars. Binding wind of the 8 emperors of Taiyuan? A title? They're really arrogant enough to even write down their titles. Yun Nuashing shook his head. It's actually the 12 god pillars of the ultimate plane region. It's said that they reached the 2nd level of the mortal step a year ago. They should be at the 3rd level of the mortal step now, right? And this time they're facing the child of light. I wonder who will win. It's said that he reached the 1st level of the mortal step long ago. He's the next divine king of the light god temple. Where's the goddess of Taiyuan? Could it be that she's really afraid of us and won't come? Possessing the light element doesn't mean that she can look down on the world. While the surrounding people were discussing Fin, a person suddenly stood in front of Yao Hua's stone tablet. He glanced at it and then laughed disdainfully. This person was more than 3 meters tall and had a fiendish appearance. One of his arms was as thick as 2 people's thighs. This person glanced at Yao Hua's name and curled his lips in disdain. His thick fingers directly wrote down a name at the bottom of the stone tablet, Yen Tian. Then he walked towards the passage without looking back. Yen Tian, one of the 5 peaks of the Ganyuan region. Even he has come. He's known as the strongest of the 5 peaks. I said they're bored. Mother asterisk her. They came all the way here just to have a fight. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. The distance between the origin region and the Ganyuan region was unknown. They had come so far just to fight. However, with Yun Nuashing's temperament, he also didn't understand the significance of this action. Most of the young elites were very concerned about this competition. He was only a small part of the rankings among the young experts. At this moment, many people had also carved their names in other places. There were also 1 or 2 people who had pondered for a long time and carved their names at the bottom of Yao Hua's stone tablet. After causing a commotion, they turned around and left. After a long time, Yun Nuashing saw that the people in the hall had gradually decreased. Only then did he turn his head and smile at Yun. He carried Ming and slowly walked to the stone tablet under everyone's gaze. He extended his slender fingers and slowly carved his name, Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing and Yun walked into the passage that was flickering with light without paying attention to the strange gazes that were coming from all over the place. Chapter 56. The dazzling light caused Yun Nuashing to squint her eyes out of habit. She covered Ming's large eyes with one hand and only recovered after a while. Then all sorts of irritable voices and noisy shouts intertwined into a demonic sound that instantly penetrated Yun Nuashing's eardrums, causing her to stagger. Her cheeks trembled as she patted her ears. What entered her eyes was a huge arena with seats filled with people on both sides. All sorts of voices intertwined and rushed to the sky, causing Yun Nuashing, who liked peace and quiet, to feel a little uncomfortable. The 3 of them walked out of the passageway. They were at the highest point of the arena. When they turned around and looked outside, they could see Star Luo City in its entirety. This was the highest point of Star Luo City, and they could still hear many loud shouts in the distance that broke through the clouds. Yun Nuashing was startled for a moment when he saw the scene in front of him that was like the stars moving. He turned his head around and saw that there was an azure light circle that was rotating within the pitch-black tunnel. Behind the light circle was an icy cold wall. It's a teleportation gate. Yu Yin also saw the circle of light and couldn't help but murmur. However, this doesn't look like the teleportation gate I know of. Should I say that it's too small, or— Yun Nuashing looked indifferently at her deep in thought and couldn't help but smile. Anyway, the teleportation gate I know of isn't like this. After a while, Yu Yin shook her head and sighed. The circular arena was several 100 feet wide, and the audience seats were all filled. The square arena in the center was still empty. It looked like the match hadn't started yet. She brought the two of them to a stop at the edge of the arena. Now that all the seats were full, they could only stand at the side. In any case, they were just going to fight a match and leave. It wouldn't take long. With Yun Nuashing's style, she would enter the arena for 3 seconds and be heavily injured or lightly injured depending on the opponent's resistance. In any case, her identity would be exposed sooner or later. Even if those confident people really had a way to deal with the light element, she could just change to another element. She didn't believe that there would be a way to deal with all 4 elements. Goddess. Just as Yun Nuashing was calculating her strategy, a gentle voice transmission sounded in her mind, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Raising her head, Yun Nuashing's soul spirit instantly found the person who had sent her a voice transmission. She then looked over. Since the other party had directly sent her a voice transmission, they must already know her identity. In that case, it would be useless even if she deliberately tried to hide it. However, when she raised her head, she was still stunned for a moment. The members of the 9 great elemental shrines were smiling at them, including Yao Hua and the other 8 elders. Even the Golden Godly King and the other 2 were there. However, there was also an old man with snow-white hair and a white beard sitting upright and still. He looked like he had experienced a lot of hardships in life, and he had snow-white hair. The one who spoke was the beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Palace. She patted the 2 empty seats beside her with a kind smile on her face, as though she had specially reserved them for Yun Nuashing. "Come over, we don't have any malicious intentions." The beautiful woman saw that he seemed to be a little vigilant and hesitant, so she smiled again. Yun Nuashing sighed. It was troublesome to hide from them all the time. It was better to ask them directly. "Why are you looking for me?" She stared sharply at the beautiful woman and asked. Hearing the answer, the beautiful woman seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a while, she smiled and transmitted her voice. "You look like someone, so we wanted to verify with you to see if you are his child. That's all." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing sighed. She shook her head and said, "I don't have any memory. I don't know who you are talking about." As soon as she said this, the Temple of Elements seemed to be in an uproar. Several elders and Jin Wang were shocked. They kept talking about something, and then they looked at her with dignified faces. They frowned and didn't know what they were thinking. Seeing that there was no movement on the other side, Yun Nuashing sighed and said in her heart, "It's finally okay." Standing on the edge, her eyes turned to Star Luo City, and she hugged Ming a little tighter. What did they say? Yu Yin also turned and looked at the distant sky. When she saw Yun Nuashing's expression, she guessed what had happened. Tilting her head, Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment. Then she said it. After listening, Yu Yin didn't say anything. She just patted Yun Nuashing's head. She still had to choose whether or not she wanted to know. As half an outsider, she couldn't say anything. "Child, come over." When the 2 of them were in a daze, the beautiful woman said again. In addition to softness, there seemed to be some affection in her voice. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He turned around and shook his head. Just as he was about to send a voice transmission to decline, the image in front of him suddenly flickered. By the time he reacted, he was already standing in front of them. Spatial teleportation, as expected of a god and underworld level powerhouse. Yu Yin stuck out her tongue and said, "Sigh, what a stubborn girl. She's just like him." The beautiful woman smiled helplessly and pulled her to sit down. Big Sister was scared silly. Ming tugged on Yun Nuashing's soft long hair. His tender voice made the people around them laugh. Yun Nuashing sighed and rubbed Ming's head. She didn't say anything. She turned her head. Mei Mao, who was flashing with golden light, glanced at the beautiful woman and the others. Then she turned to Yao Hua, whose expression was a little unnatural ever since she appeared. Then she looked at Jin Wang and the others, who were glancing at the side. She just sighed gloomily again. Yu Yin also sat down. She gently stroked the back of Ming Nuashing's hand and comforted her. It's okay. Since you're here, you don't have to worry about anything. At least they won't do anything in public. Yun Nuashing continued to sigh as he transmitted his voiceover. I know. The beautiful woman stared at Yun Nuashing without blinking. The smile on the corner of her mouth became softer and softer. That gentle appearance made it seem as if she was looking at her own junior. This made Yun Nuashing feel somewhat unnatural. Since she sat down, Yun Nuashing didn't act pretentious. However, because she didn't like the people of the Temple of Elements, she didn't say a word and kept her eyes closed. A faint golden membrane covered Ming's ears. The little girl leaned against Yun Nuashing and fell asleep. Her rhythmic breathing was very quiet. It seemed that even the surrounding sounds were much lower. This child is so cute. Perhaps the beautiful woman didn't want to make the relationship with Yun Nuashing too stiff. However, she also knew that Yun Nuashing didn't like them. Therefore, she quietly changed her position and let Mu Ling and the others sit next to her. Mu Ling and the others also knew that young people should be able to speak with each other. Therefore, they whispered to Ming. Mei Mao gently opened her eyes. Yun Nuashing turned her head to look at Mu Ling and nodded. Cough, is this your child? However, it had to be said that Yao Hua's brain was like a passage that could only allow light elements to pass through. He simply didn't know what to do. Although he wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, he couldn't help but blurt out such a sentence. Everyone called him an idiot. She was still in her teenage years. Weren't you saying that she was old? Yun Nuashing suddenly narrowed her eyes. A faint murderous aura circulated between her eyebrows. Everyone seemed to feel that the temperature in the air had unknowingly dropped a lot. Yao Hua shuddered fiercely and said in a trembling voice, Boss, you don't need to speak at this time. Your golden mouth and jade words are fine. If you have nothing to do, then go wash up and sleep. I won't send you off to sleep. Lei Ming shuddered. He slapped Yao Hua's head down to his knees and scolded. Lei Ming, your courage is getting more and more. Yao Hua raised his head with a black face. His bright white eyes stared at Lei Ming. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped on the knee again. Hey, where's boss? I don't see him. Did he go to the toilet? A man in a green robe was slapping Yao Hua's head. His gentle and refined face pretended to be puzzled as he looked around and asked Lei Ming, Fengya, there's a meteor. Finally, the young man in the silver robe continued to press his hand on Yao Hua's head. His calm face was full of surprise as he pointed into the distance. Tai Rui, you're so noisy. Hua Ji sighed and directly sat on Yao Hua's back. A smile appeared on her mischievous face as she smiled at Yun Nuashing. She stretched out her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Hua Ji. How should I address little sister goddess? Yusin. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and shook the jade-white hand. She smiled faintly. The arc was so thin that it couldn't be seen. Then she retracted her hand before she was discovered. Elder sister, what are they doing? Ming suddenly woke up. Her big bright eyes looked at Yao Hua's head being pressed by the three people. Then she saw Hua Ji sitting on him. Then she looked at Yao Hua, whose face was flushed. She pulled Yun Nuashing's long hair with her small hand and asked curiously, Yun Nuashing glanced at Yao Hua. She touched Ming's head with her jade-like hand and said with a smile, They're playing a human pyramid. After that, she slapped Yao Hua's head from a meter away and said, Ming, do you want to try? Ming blinked, looked at her, and then looked at the others. When they all nodded, she also nodded happily. Yun Nuoxing saw this and carried her to Yao Hua. She patted Yao Hua's head with her small hand, and he couldn't help but howl. Okay, we're in public. Don't make too much noise. It's not too late to fight slowly when we go back. Jin Wang rolled his eyes and said faintly, "Oh." The few people responded and slowly sat back down. They even patted Yao Hua's head. "Ah, you guys just wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson when we go back." Yao Hua jumped up and roared. However, after seeing Yun Nuoxing, he became weak again. Arrogant fart! Yun Nuoxing glanced at him coldly and snorted. Arrogant fart bullied elder sister. You're not a good person. At this time, Ming heard Yu Yin's voice transmission. Then she pouted her small mouth, frowned her slender eyebrows, and muttered in a childish voice. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Then they burst into laughter and almost rolled on the ground. "Oh, what did I do wrong?" Yao Hua beat his chest and stomped his feet as he looked up to the sky and roared. Now that everyone was familiar with each other, they were no longer so restrained. Yun Nuoxing, who had changed her name to Yun Nuoxing, was not an iceberg goddess in the first place, so after a little cold, she became lively with everyone. However, the beautiful eyes that stared at Yao Hua were still cold, causing him to constantly mutter, "What did I do wrong?" Even Ming had a contemptuous look on her face. She grabbed Yun Nuoxing's beautiful long hair and looked at her with hostility. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Clang! The sudden sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire arena, suppressing all the voices. Everyone slowly quieted down, and the noise gradually stopped. Everyone turned their gazes towards the center of the arena. They knew that the moment of everyone's attention had arrived. When the bell rang, a white-clothed man appeared in the center of the field. There was a blue star embroidered on his snow-white clothes. After the man appeared, he looked towards the side of the Temple of Elements and nodded. His loud voice spread throughout the field. It's another year of the Young Heroes competition. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for choosing Star Luo City as our venue. Now, all the participants, please come on stage. This year's competition is a free-for-all. The audience was stunned for a moment. Then, one after another, people stood up from the audience and jumped to the center of the field. "Sister, you can do it!" Ming smiled and cheered. "You can do it!" Yu Yin pursed her lips and smiled. Yun Nuoxing shrugged her shoulders and stared at Yao Hua, who also stood up. She saw his wry smile and lightly snorted. Then her feet touched the ground and her figure lightly jumped out. She gently floated like a butterfly and gently landed on the center of the field. Behind her, Huiji and others also jumped down. "You can do it!" Jin Wang and others also cheered. Yao Hua's face was sullen. Golden light flashed, and he directly appeared in the field. However, there was a subtle distance between him and Yun Nuoxing. This caused a burst of screams. That's the Son of Light, the legendary light element. He should be one of the people who have the best chance to compete for hegemony in this competition. I don't know if the goddess is here. She also has the light element. Chapter 57. There will be a slight change to the rules of this year's competition. This year, after discussion among the organizers, it will be conducted in the form of a free-for-all. Do all of you understand the rules? When no one else entered the square, the white-clothed man's gaze swept across the entire square, and he asked in a soft voice, "Understood." Hearing the white-clothed man's words, less than 100 people immediately responded in unison. Good. Since that's the case, then I announce. The white-clothed man slowly raised his hand and finally, under countless gazes, waved it down fiercely. The elimination round of the 12 venues of the Young Heroes competition will now begin. In an instant, an energy barrier completely covered the entire square. Boom! As the white-clothed man's palm fell, the originally quiet square suddenly exploded with a bang. Dozens of different colored energies suddenly burst out in a dazzling manner. Along with a series of blood-curdling screams, the figures in the square quickly flashed away. The majority of the people quickly retreated to the edge of the square. They were all afraid of being shot in the back in this square full of enemies. Relying on his extraordinary spiritual strength, Yun Nuashing sensed that more than half of the auras in the square had locked onto Yao Hua in an instant. He couldn't help but ask, "Are we being hated?" After all, Boss has the light element. Everyone wants to be the first to get rid of the most dangerous person. Hua Ji spread his hands and said. Yao Hua was standing a little far away from them, so he wasn't affected at all. "We are being hated from the side," Yun Nuashing nodded. "However, Sister Yuexan has 3 other elements besides the light element. You can use them later." Mu Ling waved her hand to block the energy turbulence shooting over and said with a gentle smile. Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a while, but after thinking for a bit he understood. After all, Yao Hua had recognized the light element in his body, so it wasn't impossible for others to recognize it as well. At this time in the square, there were people attacking each other from time to time. However, they were all afraid of being sneak attacked from behind, so even if they fought with others, they were limited to small exchanges. Basically, they would retreat as soon as they made contact, and didn't dare to get entangled. Their gazes cautiously swept all around. Anyone who entered their attack range would make them retreat or attack like birds startled by the twang of a bow. However, although the competition had just started in the extremely chaotic scene, there were still more than a dozen people who took advantage of the chaos to attack and were forcefully thrown out of the arena. Although they all wanted to join forces, most of these people came from different regions, and there were only 1 or 2 people who could join forces. Therefore, when they saw the number of people in the team from Yun Nua planet, they all had a tacit understanding. Group attack! Things don't seem to be going well. Sensing the gazes directed at him from the surroundings, Yun Nuashing drew out his halberd and prepared himself for battle. "Are you planning to gang up on me because you have more people?" Tai Rui also sighed. The huge iron sword in his hand was slanted forward, and the silvery white metal element flowed out from his body and lingered around him. At this moment, the 8 of them did not participate in any of the battles. All of them vigilantly looked at their surroundings. They knew that as long as everyone worked together, this extremely chaotic situation would end. This also meant that they would enter a true state of battle. At this time, outside the square, almost at the same time, screams broke out. Many people were shouting at the top of their lungs to cheer for the contestants they thought highly of. This kind of chaotic battle was far more exciting than a one-on-one battle. Amidst the earth-shattering shouts from the spectator stands, there were contestants being thrown out of the square one after another. The recorder, who was already on standby, quickly recorded the contestants who appeared on the square. As time slowly passed, the chaotic situation in the square finally began to slow down. Many people stared at Yun Nuashing and the others and slowly joined together. Gradually, they formed a large team. Most people also understood and stopped fighting. Among Yun Nuashing and the others, any one of them could squeeze into the top 10 in terms of individual strength, especially the well-known son of light, Yao Hua. Now that they had joined forces, they were naturally seen as a formidable enemy. "Get ready, they're coming." Yao Hua stretched out his arms, and golden light surged all over his body. He naturally knew what everyone was thinking, and he looked at the dozens of people opposite him with unfriendly gazes. It seemed that they were ready to make a move. Go! Just as he thought, everyone looked at each other, and a ruthless aura erupted from them. No matter what the result would be, they would join forces to get rid of these 8 people first. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of mortal rank level 2 and level 3 energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the square. An overwhelming energy torrent rushed toward Yun Nuashing and the others. Buzz! Yun Nuashing raised her hand and waved a magic array. All the energy that rushed over crashed into the magic array and was instantly broken down into primitive energy, disappearing into the air. The 12 god pillars. Zhangang is here. Son of light, come out and accept your death. A sturdy man about 1.5 meters tall jumped out. His feet stomped on the ground, and the earth shook. The silver spear in his hand was pointed at Yao Hua from afar, and a thunderous sound resounded through the square. As you wish. Yao Hua smiled faintly. Golden light flickered, and he instantly appeared behind Zhangang. His fist, which was suffused with light, rapidly struck toward Zhangang's back. Roar! With a low roar, Zhangang's body emitted bursts of lightning, which wrapped around his entire body. The spear in his hand directly pierced behind him. The light element flickered again, and Yao Hua instantly disappeared behind him and appeared in front of Zhangang. His golden fist directly smashed toward Zhangang's face. The surging golden light made it difficult for Zhangang to open his eyes, but he instinctively moved his body sideways. Pum! The low sound of flesh colliding rang out. Zhangang retreated over 10 steps. His shoulders trembled a few times, and he said in a deep voice, "Your speed is not bad, but your attack is not good." "Then let's do it again." Yao Hua curled his lips. Golden light surged out from his body, and he turned into a ray of light that rushed over. Boss broke the 3 seconds rule. Lei Ming raised his eyebrows. Yao Hua had always defeated his enemies in the blink of an eye. He had never experienced being delayed for such a long time. The light element is not complete yet, so I can't use it as I wish. There's no other way. We still have to restrain ourselves. Furthermore, his elements aren't pure, so we have to stop when attacking. Otherwise, it will consume a lot of energy. Yun Nuashing sighed. Her heavenly halberd swept over, shattering a patch of energy. She then took a deep breath, and the aura of the 11 transformations of one extreme rose from the ground with the support of the 4 elements. Instantly, the aura of the entire square became chaotic. Even Lei Ming and the others were shocked. The degree of majesty of the aura was more than 10 times more condensed than theirs. Goddess Taiyuan, come out and fight. I know you're here. The 3-meter-tall Yen Tian suddenly soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, he released a sea of scarlet flames. The scorching heat caused everyone's mouths to dry up. Then I'll be going, Yun Nuashing said softly. The heavenly halberd in her hand was wrapped in blue flames. The temperature was completely restrained, so no one could see its power. However, it should be stronger than those normal flames. You Xian, wait. Mu Ling grabbed her arm and said softly, "It's not time to move out yet. Wait a little longer." Yun Nuashing sighed. Her voice carried a bit of helplessness as she said, "Originally, I wasn't interested in this stupid competition. However, with so many people declaring war on me at the same time, I wouldn't have come if it wasn't for the fact that I was afraid of my reputation." Mu Ling and the others were stunned. They smiled embarrassedly. Seeing her calm and indifferent temperament, it was clear that she hated being constantly challenged. This time, she probably came with the goal of righting her reputation. "My time is much more precious than theirs." After turning the weapon in her hand completely blue, Yun Nuashing sighed. Golden light flowed all over her body. "Goddess Taiyuan, could it be that you're really afraid?" Seeing that no one was moving, Yen Tian shouted again. Boom! However, before he could finish speaking, blue flames suddenly exploded behind him. The sudden explosive energy was like a heavy hammer that smashed into Yen Tian's back. He was fiercely smashed into the sky. Instantly, a muffled groan came from his throat. "Pucci!" Yen Tian turned around with difficulty. He looked at the space in disbelief. A graceful figure was quietly standing where he was. Behind her was a sea of blue flames that filled the sky. The girl was looking at him with a bit of contempt. Mei Mao's eyes contained a bit of ridicule, as if she was saying that he was overestimating himself. Boom! Yen Tian's huge body crashed into the ground, causing cracks to appear. He clutched his chest and coughed. "Who are you?" Using all his strength to say this, Yen Tian's consciousness became somewhat blurry. The sneak attack just now had given him the most fatal blow. He actually didn't sense this girl's approach. If it was outside of the competition, he might have already died. "Weren't you very arrogant when you were shouting?" Yun Nuashing sighed. Looking at him with pity, she said with ridicule, "This is the so-called hero?" Nothing more than this. The sudden explosion caused the entire place to go silent for a moment. Everyone felt the rising temperature and couldn't help but wipe the sweat off their foreheads. At the same time, they were somewhat shocked. 5 of the Ganyuan region's top 5 had been defeated. Just like that? They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Where did this evildoer come from? "Aya, she's made her move." Yao Hua looked at Yen Tian, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face twitched slightly. The speed at which Yun Nuashing appeared just now had shocked him. His light element wasn't as pure as the latter's. He could also achieve this speed, but it would require more effort. Looking at Mu Ling and the others who were besieging her, Yun Nuashing raised her heavenly halberd. Her red robes fluttered without any wind. The sea of blue flames that filled the sky surged into her heavenly halberd. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the horizon. Her body trembled slightly. Boom! Bang! Almost at the same instant the golden light bloomed. A few dull sounds of flesh colliding rang out. Those few people all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies flew out as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They fell outside of the competition grounds. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Hiss! Looking at the few people who flew out together, everyone in the competition grounds sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of terrifying speed was that? How did a few people disappear in an instant? Light. It's the light element. Suddenly, someone recognized the golden light that was surging around Yun Nuashing. His eyes widened as he cried out in alarm. "It's the goddess of Taiyuan, light element," everyone exclaimed. Then they looked at Yao Hua. Seeing his helpless expression, they were even more certain of their guess. The people in the spectator stands were silent for a moment. Suddenly, they erupted into earth-shattering cheers. The goddess of Taiyuan was here. She lived up to her reputation. The competition grounds, which had been silent for a moment, suddenly erupted with loud shouts. Many people directly took out an array. Then they shouted and charged towards Yun Nuashing. "Goddess of Taiyuan, fight with me. Take out your light element. Kill." Seeing a group of people charging over like wolves and tigers, the golden light flickered slightly. Yun Nuashing's figure instantly disappeared. When she appeared again, the heavenly halberd in her hand smashed towards the back of a person who was holding a black array. Bang! Swish! The light element moved again. Every time she made a move, one person would be knocked out of the competition grounds. Even a level 2 expert who took out a high-grade artifact was smashed by the heavenly halberd. After all, this was a high-grade artifact. How could ordinary artifacts do anything to it? In the name of the heavens, in the voice of the world, let darkness descend upon time. Let the night become the ruler. Let the world be devoid of light. The black-robed man who had been standing on the ground without moving kept chanting. On his palm, a black array condensed and formed. When the last word was uttered, he slapped the array into the ground. In an instant, a 10,000 feet wide array appeared on the ground. The black energy barrier completely covered this area. It was dark, and the air was filled with faint black energy. Chant-type array? Yun Nuashing was shocked. This thing seemed to have disappeared for dozens of eras, right? As soon as the black array took shape, Yao Hua's speed suddenly stagnated. His body slowed down a lot in an instant, and the light particles lingering around his body rapidly decreased. The light element was suppressed, and he was also affected. His speed was almost instantly suppressed. As soon as his body stopped moving, a fist the size of a praying mat came straight at him. Yao Hua smiled. The golden light on his palm faded. Suddenly, a palm-sized talisman floated up and blasted towards the fist. It was just a talisman drawn with a few strokes, but the energy it contained shocked Zhang Gang. He quickly added some strength to his fist. Boom! The talisman exploded. A powerful force crashed into Zhang Gang's arm like a mountain. The huge force sent him flying. He staggered back dozens of steps. Before he could stabilize his body, a white light followed him like a shadow. A talisman, like the one before, followed by a heavy punch suffused with golden light, landed on his lower abdomen. PFFF! Zhang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the audience and groaned. Light element attack. Yao Hua smiled and extended his fist toward Zhang Gang. He slowly raised his thumb. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, he turned around and said, "You can't bear it either." PFFF. That disdainful gesture and disdainful words made Zhang Gang spit out another mouthful of blood and faint. Chapter 58. An array that restricts the light element, huh? It really took a lot of effort. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the pitch-black world, then looked at the rapidly declining light particles on her body. She looked at the motionless man in black clothes and said, "However, it's useless." Useless? The man in black clothes raised his head. He had a mediocre face, the kind that was hard to find in the crowd. But the most frightening thing about him was that his eyes were deep black without any white. It was as if two black pearls were forcibly embedded in his eyes. The man grinned and said, "You'll know once you try." With a wave of his hand, many small arrays floated on the ground, shooting out several hundred pitch-black chains, which rapidly swept towards Yun Nuoxing. The instant the chains appeared, the surrounding space instantly darkened, as if all the light had been absorbed by the chains. Yun Nuoxing's expression didn't change. Pouring the light essence into the halberd, he raised his palm and lightly swept it towards the rapidly approaching chain, breaking it apart inch by inch. However, the light essence on the halberd was absorbed in a split second, and the only thing that broke the chain was the energy contained in the halberd. With a thought from the man in black clothes, the black energy pervading the air condensed, transforming into a huge pitch-black palm, and slapped down towards Yun Nuoxing. The air in the area in front of the palm was completely expelled, and the terrifying force caused several dozen thumb-sized cracks to appear on the ground below. The gale pressed Hong Yi tightly against her body. Yun Nuoxing unhurriedly raised her halberd and swept it again, sending that huge pitch-black palm flying, with cracks all over it. "I already said it's useless." Yawning lazily, Yun Nuoxing looked at the man in black clothes with ridicule in her eyes. Although she was somewhat surprised by the array that could absorb the light element, she had a divine tool in her hand. Even if she could break his light element, she still had to think of a way to break his weapon. When the surrounding people saw the two colliding, they hastily retreated, afraid of being affected. Then they opened their eyes wide to watch this chaotic duel. The man in black clothes frowned. His hands formed a seal, and several pitch-black talismans appeared in the air, converging into a sphere. With a wave of his hand, this sphere condensed from talismans flew towards Yun Nuoxing, who was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. It whistled as it absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, strengthening its own might. Boom! What responded to him was still a halberd attack. The talismans completely collapsed, and black energy exploded in the air. However, when it approached Yun Nuoxing, it was refined by a thin layer of faint blue flames on her body. Patting Hong Yi with her jade-like hand, Yun Nuoxing looked at the man in black. Her beautiful eyes contained traces of a smile as she teased, Are you done? The black-clothed man's face twitched violently. At this point, he could say with absolute certainty that the seemingly normal-looking halberd was definitely a high-grade weapon. No wonder she was so fearless. This was her trump card, using a divine tool to fight in a group battle. How could they fight? No matter how many people came, they would just be sending themselves to death. That's a divine tool? On the viewing platform, the beautiful woman looked at the halberd and smiled unnaturally. Yes, that's right. Jinwang nodded. He didn't feel the slightest bit surprised because when he saw Yun Nuashing take out more than 10 divine tools to set up the array that day, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Oh, why aren't you fighting? You asked me to try. I've already tried, but it's useless. Yun Nuashing stretched lazily, waved the halberd in her hand, and smiled at the man in black clothes. F*CKU, goddess of primordial. Put down your weapon if you have the ability, and I'll give you a quick death. The man in black clothes was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, I think that having a divine tool is my ability. If you're not convinced, you can take one out yourself. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment, nodded, and said seriously, F*CK. I've never seen such a shameless person. How are we supposed to fight like this? Yun Nuashing waved her hand, tilted her head, and put away the halberd. She smiled. So, since you're done fighting, it's my turn. As you wish. I'll put away the halberd. Before the man in black and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, a bright green light suddenly appeared in the sky. It flickered and extended into countless threads. Runes appeared from the void, and the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic at this moment. The power of stars descended from the sky, and cracks appeared on the ground. Milky white air rushed out from the cracks. Kacha! Uft! All the energy surged into those green threads, and instantly broke through this pitch-black array. The backlash made the man in black groan, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In just an instant, all the green threads were annihilated, and the world regained its tranquility. Bright sunlight shone down from the sky and shone on everyone, giving them a warm feeling. Bam! The sudden sound of flesh colliding pulled everyone's attention back from their daydreaming. They hurriedly looked at the field. A black figure drew a beautiful arc in the sky and smashed onto the ground outside the field. The sound of bones breaking made everyone's hearts contract fiercely. In the field, Yun Nuashing retracted her leg and smiled. You're just SOSO. Outside the field, the man in black clothes, who had yet to react, was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He couldn't catch his breath, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood before fainting. The halberd lit up in Yun Nuashing's hand again, and she waved it at the less than half of the people left in the field. She smiled sweetly and said, Shall we attack together? Everyone was stunned. They should have been angry that she looked down on them like this. However, when they looked at the halberd in their hands that was even longer than Yun Nuashing's body, they instantly lost their temper. How were they going to fight with a divine-level halberd and light elements? You can either jump out yourselves or be slapped out by me. Choose one. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing pursed her red lips and said with a smile after a moment, Little Shinshin is so naughty. In the spectator stands, Yu Yin curled her lips and pinched her thigh hard to stop herself from laughing out loud. The field was abnormally quiet now, and although many people were gnashing their teeth when they heard this, no one dared to stand out and shout. If they retreated just like this, they would be labeled as cowards who ran away without fighting. If they really fought, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. That was a divine-level weapon, something that all the great factions treated like a treasure. Now that the beautiful girl in front of them was holding one, they were both envious and angry. They really didn't know what to say. Now you know how I felt back then? Yun Nuashing tilted his head. His voice was filled with resentment as he said, I originally didn't have any interest in these strange competitions. I also had my own matters to attend to. Time was tight, and I only came to Star Luo City to rest for a while. Who knew that you guys would declare war on me? I couldn't leave, but I also didn't want to fight. Now, the evils I brought upon myself are the hardest to bear. Am I courting death? After he finished speaking, he sighed helplessly. When everyone heard this, they felt like crying. Little girl, no. Big sister, please get this straight. Those people who declared war have all been slapped out of the field by you, and they don't even know what's good for them. We're just passing by, and it has nothing to do with us. You're a magnanimous person, so please don't bicker with us. Yun Nuashing sighed and said seriously, actually, I'm quite easy to get along with. You guys made things difficult for me, so let me vent my anger. I won't let you guys crawl out or hold onto the wall to get out. Don't. I'll walk out, okay? Hearing this, some people's expressions changed instantly. What kind of joke was this? It was fine if she didn't crawl out after venting her anger, but they would probably have to walk out lying down. Then, before they were thrown out, they'd better crawl out by themselves. Come on. We'd rather die than be humiliated. However, some people chose to fight. Although they knew that they would be slapped out, they still chose to do so. After all, they were all young heroes of their generation, so how could they avoid a fight? Bam! Of course, the person who spoke was sent flying out as soon as he finished speaking. He didn't even have time to react, leaving behind a girl who looked at him indifferently. Boss, your light element doesn't seem to be as fast as hers? Beside him, Lei Ming pulled Yao Hua aside and asked softly. This kind of speed that was close to teleportation was even faster than Yao Hua's speed. I didn't use my full strength. Moreover, Yun Nuashing's light element is much purer than mine. Yao Hua carefully glanced at Yun Nuashing and explained in a low voice. In this world, there weren't many people who had the light element. Moreover, even if there were, the light element they obtained might not be pure enough, and it would hinder their power. However, Yun Nuashing's light element was the purest, and it wasn't much worse than the elders in the light shrine. The people in the audience were a little dumbfounded. The first round of this year's Young Heroes competition ended just like that? Was the goddess too strong, or was that magical weapon too ferocious? Is this really not considered breaking the rules? Jin Wang laughed bitterly as he looked at the white-haired old man beside him and asked. The white-haired old man opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Yun Nuashing for a moment, and said unhurriedly, "This kind of competition isn't considered formal in the first place. In the end, it's just like the previous competitions that were formed on their own. After all, cultivation and fortuitous encounters are all part of one's strength. There's no violation to speak of. If you're not convinced, you can take out your sealed weapon and fight." "I won't say anything," Jin Wang shrugged. What he said was the truth. If they met in other places, they would use all their means, and there wouldn't be any restrictions. Now all of them were lying outside without dying, and that was the best result. Since the master of Starnet Palace didn't say anything, then it was naturally inappropriate for him to say anything. Moreover, everyone had their own scale in their hearts, and everyone knew the result of the competition in their hearts. At this moment, those who were clamoring for a big battle in the arena were all sent flying by the halberd. Yun Nuashing's energy seemed to be limitless. No matter how many people sent their energy up, she didn't seem to be exhausted. This made everyone a little depressed. Didn't they say that the light element consumed too much energy and couldn't be used continuously? Yun Nuashing only stopped when only Mu Ling, Yao Hua, and the others were left in the arena. Just as she was about to put away the halberd, the latter flickered with light, and then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it scuttled into her left forearm. A lifelike pattern of a halberd appeared on her jade-white forearm. The magical weapon has recognized its master. The gold god king blinked his eyes, a little dazed. This little girl was too much. She could actually let the divine artifact make her own choice. This was something that many people would want. Why is there another one? However, This kind of thing that others yearned for but couldn't obtain seemed to be a nightmare to Yun Nuashing. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded when they heard his complaint. There's another one? What does that mean? Don't tell me you have more than one in your body. Sigh, it doesn't matter if there's another one. Yun Nuashing sighed and muttered to herself. Crazy. Chapter 59. The first round of the competition in the 12 venues ended in a very dramatic and shocking manner. There wasn't even a meaningful battle. All they saw was the divine maiden slaughtering her opponents, one-sidedly with the divine tool in her hand. Are you kidding me? How can this be? Can the person in charge of the competition come out and say something? Is this really not considered breaking the rules? One person is holding a divine artifact. How are the others supposed to fight? Of course, many people were unhappy that the competition ended so abruptly. They felt that Yun Nuashing had taken advantage of the divine artifact. Otherwise, the competition wouldn't have ended so easily. They felt that she should be restricted from using it. In a real battle to the death, there are no such considerations. No matter what method is used, as long as one survives, it's a victory. It's a joke to have so many rules and regulations. If you're unhappy that someone else is holding a divine artifact, you can bring your own divine artifact. We won't say anything either. In the end, the Young Heroes competition only restricts the participants from fighting to the death. There are no other restrictions. The white-haired elder appeared in the arena, and his heavy voice echoed throughout the venue. At this moment, many people came back to their senses. They remembered the original nature of the Young Heroes competition. It was a life and death battle. There were no restrictions at all. The survival was the king. Now that the competition had restricted life and death, it was already the greatest improvement. Otherwise, who knew how many heroes would die each time? It would be a huge loss for the Young Heroes competition. Moreover, even a member of the organizer came out and said so. It was not good for the others to say anything. In a quiet courtyard, more than 10 people were sitting casually. They were Mu Ling and the others who had come back to rest after a big battle. However, this time they had also pulled Yun Nuashing and the others over. In the courtyard, Ming's childish laughter could be heard continuously. He was very happy. Perhaps it was the innocence of a child. From the initial timidity when he first met Yun Nuashing to the current familiarity and intimacy, it didn't take much time. The little guy stuck to Yun Nuashing all day long. He looked like a little follower. His innocent personality was quite endearing. However, what made Yun Nuashing a little regretful was that Jin Jinwang and the others had never seen this little girl before. After hearing the whole story, they couldn't help but feel pity for her. They didn't know if she was homesick now. Sister is my home. Wherever she goes, that's where my home is. However, when everyone saw Ming jump up to hug Yun Nuashing and say those words with an innocent face, they couldn't help but laugh and praise her flawless personality. Ming has an extremely powerful energy in his body, but it seems to be sealed and cannot be used. Jin Jinwang said after checking carefully. Everyone, including Yun Nuashing, was a little surprised. This energy is hidden very deeply. It's normal that you can't see it. Jin Jinwang saw his doubts and explained softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something and gently raised her slender right hand. With a thought, the divine light mirror appeared in her palm. Suddenly, the sound of water gushing could be heard in the courtyard. Do you recognize this mirror? Seeing everyone's reaction, Yun Nuashing was slightly delighted and hurriedly asked, where did you get it? In the courtyard, everyone except Yu Yin and Ming hurriedly gathered around. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. I got it by accident. Yun Nuashing took a step back and said when she saw their stunned expressions. Yao Hua frowned and looked at it for a long time, then slowly said, This is the divine light weapon left behind by the founder of the Light Temple. It has been lost with his disappearance for many years. I know you want to find out about your origins, but I don't know much. The old ancestor disappeared after their last battle. If I'm not mistaken, he should have died. Yao Hua scratched his head and said with a little regret, "The location of the old ancestors' last battle was in the Ganyuan territory. I don't know the exact location, but it seems to be somewhere east. The history books don't record too much. The Ganyuan territory is so far." Yun Nuoxing's jaw almost dropped when she heard this. She was still worried about going to the Divine Prefecture, but in an instant she had to cross the Divine Prefecture and go straight to the Ganyuan territory. It's not too far. There's a teleportation gate. Seeing her frightened face, Mu Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "Where is there?" Yun Nuoxing's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked. "The Divine Prefecture in the center. There are many teleportation gates there, and our 9 elemental temple also has one." Hua Ji's eyes wandered, and there was a hint of temptation in her words. "I'm not going." Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and said with a smile in front of everyone's widened eyes, "I want to travel all the way to Xingming City. After I reach the Divine Prefecture, I'll slowly wander to the Ganyuan territory." "That's really—" Jean Jinwang's face twitched. "A very—" Wood Spirit's cherry lips gaped open in disbelief. "A long journey." Yao Hua's jaw dropped to the floor, making a clang sound. "The world is so big. I want to go out and explore." Yun Nuoxing blinked and smiled cheerfully. Jean Jinwang and the other sighed. Young people were indeed full of vitality. It seemed that they, the old men, could go back and drink tea and grow plants. "Yao Hua, how about we go together? The 12 of you can go out together to gain experience. At least you'll have companions on the road." Jean Jinwang rubbed his chin and said to them. The other elders also nodded in agreement. As soon as he said that, the faces of the young elites instantly turned pale. Even Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. Didn't that mean that she would have to remain a woman? No. If she explained, she would be treated as a pervert. Divine King, let's just forget about it. The Light Temple still needs us. Yusin and the others have lofty ambitions. We commoners can't afford it. Yao Hua said in a trembling voice. The other 9 people also looked at Jean Jinwang, waiting for his answer. "You all have to go out and train anyway. Isn't it the same wherever you go?" Jean Jinwang continued. "I can't do it. Please have mercy, Your Majesty." "Then do as you wish. You should decide your own matters." Jean Jinwang scratched his head helplessly. Seeing that they all wanted to die, he didn't want to force them. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads. Those who survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune. Is it that exaggerated? Jean Jinwang rolled his eyes when he saw their exhausted looks. Everyone laughed dryly and didn't say anything. However, they were muttering in their hearts. What kind of joke is this? From Taiyuan region to Divine Prefecture to Ganyuan region. Damn it, that would take hundreds of thousands of years to fly. Even from here to Xingming City, it would take tens of thousands of years without any effort. Oh my, our skin is so soft and tender. Who knows when we'll be skinned alive? Look at you guys. Yusin is younger than you, but she dares to roam the world alone. It seems that we've been too kind to you. The future 9 kings of Divine Prefecture still need to be trained. Since you don't want to go out and train, then go back and wait for the hellish training. Jean Jinwang frowned and said sternly, No. The 7 people knelt and screamed. In the distance, golden and brown lights appeared on the horizon and rushed into the courtyard. Seeing everyone kneeling, they couldn't help but be stunned. They quickly asked, Big brother, what's wrong with you guys? Oh, Jining, you're back. You can tell them all at once. Just now, they heard that they're going to undergo hellish training after returning to the temple. They're so happy that they can't even stand properly. Jean Jinwang looked at the golden figure and said casually. In an instant, the pretty girl called Jining also turned pale. The brown figure beside her also trembled violently. His resolute face instantly collapsed, and he nodded with a sad face. How is this happiness? Yao Hua stood up trembling. His face was even paler than his white clothes. He smiled bitterly and said, "We're so excited that we can't stand up." The two of them met up with Yun Nuashing and chatted for a while. They said that the goddess of Taiyuan lived up to her name, and they knew each other. After the first round, Yun Nuashing planned to leave. With her current strength, it seemed that she couldn't find anyone who could withstand a blow from the heavenly halberd. These young elites had some ability, but no matter how they fought, they couldn't compete with the goddess of Taiyuan, who had several divine artifacts that night. At everyone's request, Yun Nuashing became a sparring partner. As soon as she went on stage, she took out her 4 divine artifacts: the heavenly halberd, the divine light mirror, the golden chain, and the divine sun bow. Everyone instantly lost their temper. This freak, 4 divine artifacts. How were they supposed to fight her? No matter how many of them went up, it wouldn't be enough. Then they looked at Jin Jinwang and the other 2. They were raising their cups to the moon, chatting about old times, raising their cups to the sky, lowering their heads to watch others get beaten up. "You're doing this on purpose, right?" The 9 elites roared at the sky. From the looks of it, they already knew. However, Yun Nuashing didn't use too much strength. She directly activated the array and used an endless stream of small attacks to slowly grind it down. The 4 elements of light, fire, metal, and wood came out together. It really allowed them to have a good time. The soft screams and the dozen or so elders outside chatted and laughed. The scene was quite comical, until late at night when everyone was lying on the ground and didn't even want to move their fingers. Yun Nuashing finally stopped. She waved her hand and threw out a pile of immortal-grade Xian crystals. After blinding everyone's eyes, she activated the energy-gathering array and let everyone gradually recover. She also recovered the huge amount of energy she had consumed. At this time, Yu Yin also came over with Ming and absorbed the huge amount of energy inside. When everyone woke up and finished circulating their Xian Qi, they opened their eyes and saw a huge, colorful light cocoon. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and quickly call the elders over. Ascension. Jin Jinwang recognized this state at a glance. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, he explained. After hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues. They didn't know how she obtained this lost secret technique. The elites didn't know, but Jin Jinwang and the others had a guess. After thinking that Yun Nuashing might be related to someone, they felt relieved. It didn't take long to spin a cocoon to advance a small realm. In less than an hour, Yun Nuashing walked out of the light cocoon. Her cultivation had reached the first level of the mortal level, the 12th revolution. However, Yu Yin also woke up at the same time. Then, she crazily absorbed the energy in the array. The obstacles to her advancement were instantly destroyed. She jumped to the second level of the mortal level. The elites watching coughed. It seemed like they were still too inexperienced. They had been growing up leisurely in a greenhouse. If they weren't careful, they would really be surpassed. Didn't I already say that I have a monstrous talent? Yu Yin smiled coquettishly as she rubbed Yun Nuashing's head. She laughed so hard that her body shook. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. Under everyone's shocked gazes, she took out a green, celestial spirit leaf that contained endless vitality. It was the size of a palm. She was about to slap it on her head when Yu Yin stopped her. Celestial spirit leaf. Could it be that you were really the one who auctioned the leaf at Constellation City? Yao Hua and the others stared the leaf for a long time. They only came back to their senses after a long time. Yun Nuashing spread her hands and nodded in tacit agreement. Everyone smiled bitterly at the sight. I thought you guys guessed it? Yun Nuashing looked at everyone in surprise and said innocently. Everyone's eyes darkened as they swallowed back a mouthful of blood. Chapter 60. The next day, there was still the second round of the competition. Although Yun Nuashing had dealt with a portion of the people yesterday. She had planned to leave after she had dealt with all of them. Therefore, she was forced to participate in the competition today. After half a day, everyone knew that the goddess of Taiyuan had come to the competition. Although everyone was talking about how powerful and awesome the goddess was, as a young hero of the same generation, none of them were willing to submit to anyone. They were arrogant and looked down on everything as if they were the best in the world. Those who had witnessed it yesterday shook their heads. It seemed that many people would have to leave the competition lying on the ground today. The second day of the competition was also a huge battle royale. Every round of the competition had 100 people remaining. At this moment, close to 2,000 people were on the stage at the same time. That kind of vast momentum made the central arena, which was 3,000 feet wide, seem a little small. As the voice said, "Begin!" Almost 80% of the people in the competition. Instantly, they pounced on Yun Nuashing and the others like wolves and tigers. Although they didn't believe in superstition, they knew how powerful the light element was. Therefore, they chose to gang up on them. The 9 people from Yaohua turned pale when they saw that. If they each received a punch, they wouldn't even know how they died, right? Yun Nuashing was also very straightforward. The divine mirror of light shot out at once, releasing a golden light that enveloped the area within 100 feet, blocking all the attacks. Then, in the next moment, a dark green light spread out from under his feet. The energy of heaven and earth became violent, the power of the stars descended, and the energy of the dragon veins became chaotic. The 10,000 spirits killing array, which was tens of thousands of feet long, was directly activated. Dozens of divine weapons were set up, and the majestic energy blasted everyone out of the arena in an instant. The world was deathly still, and the surroundings were silent. A strange atmosphere pervaded this world. Everyone looked at the array that was flickering with green light and dissipating. Then they looked at the dozens of divine artifacts that had been standing there for a long time. Immediately, the major forces in the spectator stands were scared out of their wits. Even the judges silently noted down the names of the people who had been sent flying. They looked as if they had not seen anything and were only here to record the results. This girl is too extravagant. She used a forbidden killing array to deal with these small fries. I'll go. Jean Jinwang helplessly looked at the remaining 10 people and smiled bitterly. That was a killing array that could cause harm to gods and underworld gods. It wouldn't be a problem to deal with him. Wasn't it too extravagant to use it to beat these small fries? It was like using an imperial sword to cut pork. As for the people in the audience seats, those who had seen Yun Nuashing's methods in the 12th venue were secretly laughing. They had already said that this group of people was overestimating themselves and wanted to gang up on her. They were purely masochistic and asking to be humiliated. The others were dumbfounded. Was he really that powerful? 2,000 people were instantly taken down. Such a difference, hee. Some of the heroes were disheartened, some were unconvinced, and some flew into a rage out of humiliation. For them to be able to reach this stage, which one of them wasn't extremely talented, they had grown up under the praises of the crowd. However, the setback they had suffered today had shattered their beautiful dreams. It was so shattered that it was impossible to put them back together. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Goddess Taiyuan didn't even look at any of them. This was a form of contempt, a form of contempt, a form of contempt. However, they were still defeated under the group attack. They were defeated very thoroughly and completely. She didn't even have to make any extra moves. Defense, attack. They were all annihilated. It happened in an instant, and they were sent flying. If this was a real situation, they would have already died. However, unwillingness was unwillingness. Anger was anger. Since they had gone out, it meant that they had lost. They didn't have any right to stand in this place. The stage belonged to that perfect and beautiful girl. The light she emitted made the world dim. I already said that the competition is boring, the stakes are boring, the battles are boring, and the results are boring. Yun Nuashing sighed. Her eyes were filled with pity as she looked at the heroes who were dragging their bodies out of the arena. She didn't bother to hide her low voice. When the heroes who were walking out heard this, their bodies trembled. They had the urge to cut Yun Nuashing into 1,000 pieces. However, after some consideration, they quickly killed this thought before it rushed to their heads. If they really rushed forward, they would really be asking for a slap in the face. Now that they already wanted to die, there was no need for others to do anything. The young heroes' competition started with a perfect plan, but it ended in a dramatic fashion. It happened so fast that it dazzled everyone. Although the competition wasn't very formal to begin with, the appearance of a loophole in the competition made the entire process seem to have collapsed even faster. And the name of Taiyuan goddess Yuexan was also quickly spread out. With the strength of a single person, she battled, slaughtered all the participants. On this day, almost everyone in Star Luo City heard this breathtaking, shocking, and fascinating name, even though it was just an alias. However, Yun Nuashing didn't intend to let her real name spread across the world. For some reason she didn't know. She was only 17 or 18 years old. She was supposed to be full of youthful vigor and heroism, but she felt like she had seen through the vicissitudes of life. She felt like she had experienced all kinds of things in life. She felt like she had done everything and was just short of dying. Of course, this kind of posture had never appeared before. She only felt this way in noisy situations. Yun patted Yun Nuashing's head and smiled gently as she said, "However, I'm still an extremely arrogant, a little silly, a little dumb, a little cute, a little pretty, a little high up in the sky, a little star that needs to be cherished. Big brother is actually a little dumb." Ming grabbed Yun Nuashing's hair and smiled foolishly. Yun Nuashing, "Who's the little star you've been talking about?" Jin Wang, Mu Ling, and the others asked curiously. "That's the one." Yun pinched Yun Nuashing's face and smiled. Everyone was confused. Those who didn't know the inside story could only be confused bystanders. All right, let's stop here. It's time for our journey to begin. If we have time, we'll be guests at the shrine. Looking at the boundless mountain range in the distance, Yun Nuashing, Yuexan turned her head and looked at everyone. She smiled sweetly for the first time, causing the hearts of the 5 youths to shrink for a moment. However, they quickly calmed down. "Little sister Yuexan, remember to come to my divine wood shrine to play." Mu Ling stepped forward and hugged her gently with a smile. "And the fire god shrine." Hua Ji also hugged her and smiled faintly. The only place I won't go is the light god shrine." Yun Nuashing glanced at Yao Hua, who had a smile on his face and wanted to say something, and said faintly. Everyone was stunned and secretly laughed. Poor Yao Hua, he was rejected just like that. It looked like Yun Nuashing really didn't like him that much. What did I do wrong? Yao Hua looked up to the sky and held with a sad face. Tilting her head, Yun Nuashing sighed and said in a flat voice, "A cocky fart will always be a cocky fart." He can never see his own past. His brain's neural circuit is probably a straight path that only allows light elements to pass through without any turns. Yao Hua smiled bitterly. "Child, be careful on the road. If you're tired, come to my divine wood shrine to rest." The beautiful woman patted Yun Nuashing's head and smiled gently. Nodding, Yun Nuashing and the other 2 slowly retreated and waved their hands. They took one last look and smiled faintly. Light elements surged, and the 3 figures instantly disappeared. They rushed into the boundless sky, leaving behind a sound that was like the sound of nature reverberating in the air. "See you later." Mu Ling and the others also waved their hands. Although they had only known each other for 3 days, they had a good impression of each other and had a good impression of each other. It was just a little regretful that they had to part ways not long after knowing each other. The first friend I made in my life is gone just like that. I don't know when I'll be able to see each other again. Hua Ji put down his hand sadly and sighed. "Oh, I told you to go together. You didn't want to go and now you're regretting it. What's the use? Jin Wang rolled his eyes and ridiculed. That the journey is too long. The 9 people smiled embarrassedly and unnaturally looked away. If they really went with them, it wouldn't be a simple acquaintance anymore. Moreover, the journey was too long and they weren't used to it yet. It was better to obediently return to the shrine and play around. Oh, speaking of which, your journey to hell will take 10 years. If you can't reach the 5th level of the immortal realm, just wait. Jin Wang rubbed his chin and suddenly said, No, we'll die. The 9 people's wails were earth-shattering. Hee, little Shinshin has gone to sleep. Little Star is back. Looking at the blue and red light surging on her pretty face and the enchanting face gradually returning to its arrogant and handsome face, Yuin smiled and also changed her appearance back to her original appearance. I guess I won't be using the identity of Yun Nuashing for a long time. Yun Nuashing sighed and touched her face, feeling a little nostalgic. It had only been 10 days, but it felt like Yun Nuashing had been gone for 10 years. If this situation happened a few more times, her mentality would probably become distorted. Big Brother is back! In Yun Nuashing's embrace, Ming cried out excitedly. His little mouth smacked a kiss on Yun Nuashing's face, causing Yun Nuashing to blush a little. Yuin covered her mouth and laughed for a while. After an instant, her pretty face changed dramatically, and she pulled Yun Nuashing to a stop and hurriedly said, "Where's the Netherworld ruined sword? It doesn't seem to be back yet." Yun Nuashing obviously knew, but she wasn't nervous. She pulled up her sleeve, and the purplish-black sword mark on her forearm was still there, and it was slightly brighter. Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "The Netherworld ruined sword is fine, so it should be fine. It said that it would leave for a while and will definitely come back. So it definitely won't leave on its own. Moreover, it's connected to my mind, so I can use this to locate it and can appear at any time. For now, I'll just let it wait by itself. Who knows, it might have something to do." "This? All right." Yuin nodded. "Since he said it was fine, then it should be fine. Maybe it doesn't want me to rely on it so much?" Yun Nuashing smiled and took out the sun god bow. He enlarged it to 1,000 feet long and let it float in front of him. He smiled at Yuin and said, "Let's use the sun god bow as a means of transportation." Yuin rolled her eyes at him and sat down at the center of the sun god bow. Then she pulled Yun Nuashing over and hugged him like a pillow. She went to sleep, and Ming directly burrowed into his windbreaker. Her little head leaned against his chest, and she also fell asleep. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He controlled the sun god bow and flew forward, like a sunbird streaking across the sky, leaving behind a golden streak of light. Chapter 61. A long journey, an endless journey. Perhaps this was the best evaluation of them. Ordinary people would never be able to reach the other side in their entire lives. The road ahead was unknown. Everything was mysterious in the distant horizon. A golden light that was hundreds of meters long streaked across. It disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a faint golden light as it disappeared from sight. On the golden bow, Yuin looked at the retreating forest below in boredom. She looked at Yun Nuashing and asked, "What plans do you have for the future?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head, thought for a while and said, Other than traveling to Xingming City, I have to look for the soul fragments of the Nether Void sword that are scattered around the world. I have to look for materials to forge weapons, search for my memories, find my origins, and find Ming's family." "Big Brother." Ming raised his head. His pure purple eyes stared at Yun Nuashing with some displeasure. He looked a little resentful, as if he had been abandoned by him. "Ming, be good. After all, you have your family. You can decide what to do after you find them." Yun Nuashing sighed and rubbed Ming's head. She smiled gently. Ming lowered his head and mumbled. His little head leaned against Yun Nuashing's chest and didn't say anything. "You said you're looking for your origins. The only clue you have is an incomparably huge ancient tree. Is there nothing else?" Yin lowered her head and thought for a while before asking. No. The only other clue is that voice that I can't hear clearly. I don't know about the rest. My memories are too fragmented. There's nothing I can do. If there are any natural wonders that can awaken my memories, I can look for them. Natural wonders that can awaken memories. Yin frowned and thought for a long time. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She said, I only know two kinds of natural wonders that can awaken memories. Do you have any ideas? Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up as she asked hurriedly. Yes, but they are all very famous things. Even if we can find them, we might not be able to get them. Yin sighed. Mei Mao turned around and said slowly, the divine soul fruit and the life flower. Divine soul fruit? A lifetime of flowers? Yun Nuashing murmured and repeated it. Then she frowned and looked confused. It seemed that she had never heard of it before. The god soul fruit is said to be able to restore a damaged soul to its original state. As for amnesia, it's either due to a short circuit in the brain, causing the person to be unable to recall things for a while, or due to the original soul being shattered and not being able to reform, causing it to dissipate. Only a part of the original soul remains. Yin nodded. If it's a short circuit in the brain, then it's still fine. A slap from me will probably be able to reconnect it. But you said that someone has looked at your situation before. It seems like it can't be awakened, right? Yes, when I was still in Xingling City 2 years ago, I saw it once. It was said that there was basically no hope of restoring it. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, Then it can only be the second situation. Yin let out a sigh. Her brows furrowed even deeper as she said in a deep voice, Your origin soul might be incomplete, or it might have been shattered in the past. The remaining bits condensed and formed your current consciousness. Therefore, your memories have also dissipated along with the other fragments of your soul. Since it's all dissipated, doesn't that mean it can never be restored? Yun Nuashing was a little anxious when he heard this. He had never thought about the dissipation of his original soul. He didn't even know if he had one or several original souls. That's why it's said that the god's soul fruit can completely restore a soul. Even if it's incomplete, it can still restore it to a complete state. Yin rolled her eyes at him and said, God's soul fruit. Yun Nuashing nodded and continued to ask, What about the other kind? The lifetime flower, as its name suggests, contains a person's entire life. The conditions and place of its birth are unknown. It's so unknown that it makes people wonder if such a thing really exists. Yin thought for a while and continued. It's said that this flower can allow a person to see the past and present life clearly. Of course, in this life, they can only see the present when they're alive. Past and present life. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation? Yun Nuashing was puzzled. Who knows? It would be too unbelievable if there is such a thing. However, I still believe that there is such a thing. After all, it's not strange for anything to happen in this world. What do you think? Yin nodded and said rather convincingly, Me. Yun Nuashing was stunned. After a while, she said, I believe it. However, no matter if it's my past or present life, I'm still me. I'm still me in my past life, and I'm still me in this life. I just need to know this, little brat. Yin looked at him in surprise for a while, then patted his head out of habit. Is there a description of where these two things grow? Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue and smiled. The god's soul fruit is easy. It's ranked 55th on the Treasure of Heaven and Earth Treasure ranking. It's easy to find clues with its name and surname. As for the lifetime flower, I've never even heard of it. Whether it really exists or not, I don't know who put it on the 40th spot. Yin pursed her lips and said unconcernedly, The so-called Treasure of Heaven and Earth Treasure ranking. I don't know who came up with it, what kind of standards it uses, what kind of symbols it uses. Not many people know about it, but everyone knows that it exists. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky and said slowly, Treasure of Heaven and Earth Treasure ranking, Divine Weapon ranking, Divine Beast ranking, Alchemy Cauldron ranking, Divine Flame ranking, Devil Thunder ranking. Yu-Yin counted with her slender fingers, one by one. In the end, she even scolded, "Who the hell likes to make a ranking for everything in the world?" Did he have nothing better to do than to have nothing better to do? Or do they have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Let's not bother about the lifetime flower for now. We can try to find the god's soul fruit. After all, there's news of its appearance. We should be able to find it by following some clues, Yu-Yin said slowly as she habitually leaned on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Brother, Ming is hungry. After the two ended their conversation, Ming, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up. She rubbed her little head against Yun Nuoxing's chest and said softly, "Then let's go find something to eat first." Yun Nuoxing patted Ming's head and smiled. With a thought, she slowed down the sun god bow and landed directly in a mountain range. In the mountain range, wisps of smoke rose. A large piece of golden, oily meat was skewered on a blue bonfire. The oil dripped onto the flames, making sizzling sounds. The aroma permeated the air, and a faint white mist rose from the meat. Yun Nuoxing flipped the branches and let the meat roast evenly. Then she threw a pile of herbs, a large piece of meat, and a bone into the cauldron at the side. Blue flames rose from her palm, and a big pot of stew was made. You used the cauldron to make soup. That cauldron is worth 30 million. 30 million. Yu-Yin propped up her fishing rod at the side. She was dumbfounded as she watched Yun Nuoxing use the bronze cauldron as a soup pot. Her heart instantly ached. I didn't even say anything when you used a divine-level weapon to fish. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at the golden chain on the fishing rod. Her face trembled. What the hell was she planning to catch that she needed to use a golden chain? TSK, don't you know how to use materials locally? Yu-Yin stuck out her tongue. Then she looked at the blue flame and said, "Little star, when will you find a fire seed for me? You have already changed to a blue flame. Help me find one too." Yun Nuoxing's blue flame was taken from the stomach of a demon whale. It was swallowed by a demon whale when they were flying over a small sea. The two of them saw this blue flame in its stomach before they escaped, so they took it while they were at it. "I'll change it for you when I find one." She shrugged. Yun Nuoxing faintly smiled. Although this magic whale flame wasn't as strong as the flames on the divine flame list, it was still much stronger than the flames formed by ordinary fire elements. This could be seen from how Yen Tian was instantly killed during the competition. When fighting against the same element, due to the fact that they were of the same element, the damage would more or less be reduced. Ming sat on a cushion at the side. Her purple eyes stared at the various delicacies. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva and lick her lips with her pink tongue. Just wait a little longer. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when she saw her expression. Ming nodded. She hugged her knees with both hands and looked around with her big eyes. Splash! More food, more food! Grilled silver shark demon fish. Yu-Yin fiercely pulled the fishing rod upwards, and a several-meter-long silver-white fish with shark fins was pulled out of the water. Then, with a slap, it fainted and fell to the ground, making a boom sound. Yun Nuoxing was speechless as she looked at the demon fish. She silently grabbed it and scraped off the scales. After a long while, another red-hot fish was added to the blue flames. Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped what she was doing. She raised another pile of blue flames. Then she took out the 1-meter-tall stone egg and threw it into the flames to roast. "Are you planning to eat the roasted stone egg?" Yu-Yin glanced at it with a smile. "Yun Nuoxing, come. Try this grilled azure ice wolf meat, grilled demon fish, and stewed earth dragon medicinal herbs." She took a piece of meat that was roasted to a golden color and placed it on a silver plate. Then She cut it into small pieces and placed it in front of Ming. Then, she put down a bowl of steaming hot soup. There were pieces of meat and a few medicinal herbs floating in the soup. "What are you going to do with the rest?" Yuen asked as she took the silver plate from Yun Nuashing. She pointed at the pile behind her with Mei Mao and asked, "One piece will be grilled, one piece will be steamed, one piece will be stir-fried, and one piece will be braised. Then we'll bury the corpses." "It's decided then." In the distance, there were 2 corpses of demon beasts that were at least 10 meters long. Blood was still flowing down their bodies, dyeing the grass red. Of course, Yun Nuashing was going to treat them as food. No soul essence, no crystal core Sai. Yuen sighed regretfully. "Where did you find those medicinal herbs?" She took a sip of the hot soup and asked as she looked at the pile of medicinal herbs floating in the cauldron. Yun Nuashing pointed at a place and said, "In the mountains. There's a natural treasure ground that's rich in energy. I accidentally ran in there and saw it. I don't know how many years it's been growing, but the energy is very rich. I picked a few medicinal herbs and brought them back to make soup." "Big brother, open your mouth." "Ah." While the 2 were talking, Ming ran over. He stood on his tiptoes and extended a piece of meat from his fork towards Yun Nuashing with a sweet smile. "Ah." Yun Nuashing bent down and ate the piece of meat. Then she took out a towel and wiped Ming's oily mouth with a smile. "Come, little star." "Ah." Yuen spun Mei Mao around and imitated Ming. She forked a piece of meat and waved it in front of Yun Nuashing. "Ah." Yun Nuashing was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, she still took a bite of the meat with a red face. She quickly looked to the side and didn't look at Yun's expression. Little star, you're still a little brat." Yuen pursed her lips and smiled. Then she pinched Yun Nuashing's embarrassed face. Yun Nuashing. Chapter 62. Little star, haven't we reached that place yet? In the dense forest, 2 figures were slowly advancing on the deformed mountain path. Their bodies brushed past the leaves, producing rustling sounds. Deep in the forest, there were occasional beastly roars that echoed from afar. Yuen, who was being dragged behind, looked around and saw a stretch of lush greenery. Finally, she could not help but grumble. They had already been walking for 2 hours. We just had our fill. Treat it as a stroll to prevent us from gaining weight. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing used her aura to push aside the leaves. She carried Ming in her arms with one hand and dragged Yuen forward with the other. "I'm slender. I'm not afraid of gaining weight." Yuen mumbled as she rolled her eyes. "All right, we're almost there. Look," Ming didn't even make a fuss. "You have said that at least 10 times. Yuen raged. Mei Mao looked angrily at Yun Nuashing and said aggrievedly, "Besides, Ming is being carried by you. He doesn't have to walk by himself." Sigh. Yun Nuashing sighed, helplessly, and shrugged. "Who told you to not be Ming? How can you blame me for not being able to carry him?" Scratching her head, Yun Nuashing used her other hand to hold Yuen's slender hand. Light elements surged as her body trembled slightly and instantly vanished from her spot. This was a fiery red world. The surrounding trees were dark red in color. A faint scarlet mist lingered in the forest. The surrounding space had a sense of distortion as though the temperature was extremely high. The fiery red trees suddenly emitted rustling sounds as 2 figures darted out and gently landed on the ground. Their eyes suffused a strange look as they sized up the place. What rich fire elements! Even the air has a layer of mist condensed from energy. It's in no way inferior to the results of fire cloud palaces' many years of operation. Just as they landed, Yuen took a deep breath. Her beautiful face suffused a red glow as she revealed an intoxicated expression. This place has a natural terrain that seems to attract the surrounding energy in the valley. Furthermore, most of it is fire elemental energy. Cultivating here should yield twice the results with half the effort. Yun Nuashing nodded. She found this place fascinating the first time she came. She had the same feeling when she looked at it again, but she couldn't tell what was odd about it. There are so many herbs here. After a moment of intoxication, she looked around for a long time and couldn't help but lick her rosy lips as she said with a naughty smile. The small valley was no more than 100 feet wide and was surrounded by mountain peaks, forming a small basin. The only way to enter was through the winding and rugged path that they had just come from. The concealment was very high. Perhaps this was the reason why the small valley could grow so quietly, isolated from the outside world. Even some magical beasts might not be able to find this place. Moreover, looking from above, it would be obscured by the dense energy fog. It was simply a natural concealment point. Don't be too ruthless. Leave some chance for reproduction. Seeing the excitement on Yu Yin's face, Yun Nuashing helplessly reminded her. Of course, he knew that this fellow had seen how prosperous this place was and wanted to uproot this valley. I know. Yu Yin curled her lips, then directly jumped into the pile of grass. She carefully and slowly plucked a stalk of medicinal herb and placed it into the jade box that she carried with her. Seeing her happily plucking the herbs, Yun Nuashing shook his head and walked slowly to the other side. He didn't thoroughly explore this place when he first came. He just casually plucked some herbs and left. This time he could take a closer look. Big brother, there's someone there. When he walked to the other side of the valley, Ming suddenly tugged on Yun Nuashing's clothes and pointed to a bush in front of him. After being stunned for a moment, Yun Nuashing looked in that direction. His soul energy silently surged out and completely enveloped that area. He sensed a weak aura. It was very weak, and its life force was gradually draining away, causing the already weak aura to gradually decline. It was probably injured and fell here. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuashing took out his heavenly halberd and carefully walked towards that place. He used his heavenly halberd to pry open a gap in the bush and stretched his neck to look inside. He was stunned when he saw a figure. It was a young man. His clothes were torn and tattered, revealing large areas of his skin that had been cut by sharp tools. The wounds were charred black, and it seemed like he was injured by someone with the fire element. His fair face was a little thin, but he was rather handsome. A wound as thick as a forearm extended diagonally from his neck to his waist. His internal organs could faintly be seen. His chest rose and fell slightly, and it seemed like he was still breathing. Every time the young man breathed, his internal organs would move, and a large pool of sticky blood would spurt out. The smell of blood filled the air, making Yun Nuashing feel a little disgusted. He quickly covered his mouth and coughed dryly. Who is this person? How did he get injured to this extent? Yun Nuashing frowned when he saw the huge wound that cut across half of the young man's body. The blood that spurted out covered the area around the young man. With so much blood flowing out, an ordinary person would have died long ago. However, he was still alive. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly dragged this person out. Wood element flowed out from his palms and covered the huge wound. However, it encountered an extremely strong aura that prevented his wood element from coming into contact with the wound. The remnant aura is already so strong. I really don't know what cultivation level his opponent is at. Feeling the strange movement from the wound, Yun Nuashing frowned. He took the halberd from the side and held it with both hands. He placed it a few inches away from the young man's body, and wood element flowed out once again. This time, the wood element that was tainted by the divine weapon was not obstructed. It easily landed on the wound, and bits of vitality flowed out. Then the wound that was constantly spurting blood actually stopped. The blood that flowed out blocked the huge wound and slowly solidified. After stopping the bleeding casually, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a large pile of bandages from his pendant and looked at the young man strangely. He suddenly pulled the bandages with both hands, and the white bandages danced in the air After a while, he looked at the young man who was wrapped in bandages and nodded in satisfaction. He then took out a red medicinal pill from his pendant and stuffed it into the young man's mouth, not caring what it was used for. Then he released his aura and lifted the young man up. Then he brought him back to where he came from. Little star, this person? Yu Yin, who was digging happily in the grass, saw Yun Nuashing bring back a big dumpling. She was so shocked that she jumped up and asked in surprise. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and explained. Little Xingxing, little Xingxing. After Yu Yin finished listening, she stretched out her flawless, jade-like fingers and flicked his forehead, causing him to be filled with depression and confusion. It's nothing. Seeing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, Yu Yin shook her head. She didn't say anything else. Looking at the young man lying on the ground, wrapped up like a mummy, she muttered to herself, Let's hope that this person isn't an ingrate. After Yu Yin ransacked the valley, the young man still did not wake up. Yun Nuashing, who was very principled, decided to wait for a while and save him until the end. We will leave when he wakes up. Yu Yin sighed when she heard this. She still did not say anything. However, in the small valley, under the premise of not being discovered by Yun Nuashing, she secretly set up some spell formations in case of emergencies. If that fellow woke up and vented his anger on them first, they would have a way to deal with it. The ice-blue moon climbed up to the sky and sprinkled traces of cool moonlight on the world. A thin layer of silver gauze enveloped the world and decorated the small valley in silver. The combination of blue and red dyed the forest a gorgeous purple. The green light lingered and slowly dimmed. Yun Nuashing withdrew the wood element and looked at the young man who still did not wake up. He got up and walked to the side. He looked at the purple forest and then at the night sky hidden in the fog. Under the night sky, the purple forest appeared mysterious and luxurious. There was a hint of intoxication in his eyes. He liked purple. Just as Yun Nuashing was staring blankly at the sky, a clear voice that was filled with confusion suddenly sounded behind him. Yun Nuashing was slightly happy when she heard the startled murmur. She hugged Ming, who was sleeping in her arms, a little tighter. She turned around and gently walked in front of the confused young man. She smiled faintly and said, "You're awake." "I'm still alive?" The young man looked blankly at the sky and muttered to himself. It seemed that he had not regained his senses yet. "Yes, I lost. I was knocked down from the sky." Recalling the scene before he fainted, the young man held his head and clenched his teeth in pain. After a long while, he touched the bandages on his body. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing in astonishment and said, "It was you who saved me?" Yun Nuashing nodded. The young man looked at her deeply. He did not say anything and sat up with difficulty. Blue water elements surged on the surface of his body and enveloped him. The surging water elements made the air much more moist. Yun Nuashing was shocked. She quickly took a few steps back and did not stand too close to the young man. The young man did not release any aura when he was healing his injuries. However, the majestic water elements that circled around him like a water dragon gave him an indescribable sense of oppression. It was difficult for him to breathe when he stood too close to the young man. Yu Yin frowned deeply. Her figure appeared on the other side of the mangrove forest. Some small magic formations quietly surged into the void. The fiery red spear in her hand appeared to be very sharp under the moonlight. The young man only stopped circulating his energy after midnight. There was some color on his pale face. The hideous wounds on his body had also begun to heal. His breathing was calm. He stood up. A light flashed in his hand and a blue robe appeared. He gently draped it over his body. Then he turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing. "Child, don't be nervous. You saved me. I don't mean any harm." The young man spoke slowly. However, his first sentence stunned Yun Nuashing for a moment. After she reacted, she knew that this person must be an old monster who had lived for an unknown period of time. "My name is He Hai. This old man will remember the favor of saving my life today." Now, I still have some things to deal with. When we meet again in the future, I will repay this young friend's kindness." The young man named Hihai cupped his hands and spoke politely to Yun Nuashing. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, an azure jade tablet flew directly to Yun Nuashing. It gently landed in front of him and fell into his palm. "This old man will leave first. We will definitely meet again in the future." Hihai smiled slightly. The tip of his foot tapped on the ground and rushed toward the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Yun Nuashing looked at Hihai, who was flying away quickly, then looked at Yu'in, who was walking out of the forest, and then looked at the cold jade token lying on his palm. There was a big word, Yi, written on it, and it looked like a dragon was flying and a phoenix was dancing. It was quite charming. "Strange fellow," Yu'in muttered as she picked up the jade tablet and looked at it. Then she casually threw the jade tablet to Yun Nuashing without saying anything. "Why do I feel like you're angry?" After casually putting away the jade tablet, Yun Nuashing carefully looked at Yu'in. Her pretty face was clearly filled with anger. Yu'in glanced at her and snorted softly. Mei Mao was a little unhappy. However, Yun Nuashing didn't know how she had offended her. She immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "Big sister, aren't you going to sleep?" "I'm going to sleep, but there are still some things that I have to settle first." Yu'in opened her red lips and walked over quickly. She pinched Yun Nuashing's face and ruthlessly ravaged it. Then she scolded her at the speed of light. "Little star, can't you at least be more careful? You're now traveling and seeing the various forms of life. You're not out to save lives and heal the injured. Your overflowing compassion might not necessarily bring you any benefits. You have to know that there are always more bad people than good people in this world. Even a small matter can cause the so-called good people to become black-hearted and black-hearted. The person you saved this time didn't do anything, but there's no guarantee that the person you save won't be an ingrate next time. You have to put your own safety first. Do you know that?" Yun Nuashing was stunned when she heard that string of words. However, she couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, it turns out that she was worried about me. But I was only doing things within a safe range. Even if he really attacked me, I could still escape with you. Also, Yun Nuashing smiled. She raised her head and stared unblinkingly at Yu'in with her pitch-black eyes. Then she said with a smile, "I didn't do anything wrong." TSK. Yu'in rolled her eyes. Chapter 63. After sending off Hihai, this strange person, the small valley also calmed down. The energy from the outside world continuously flowed into this small place. Yun Nuashing and the others stayed here for half a month. One day, he turned into an energy cocoon and was fiercely struck by the heavenly tribulation several times. He completely refined the power of the heavenly tribulation and absorbed most of the energy stored in the small valley. Even the hot air became a bit cool. Only then did he break out of the cocoon and advance to the second level of the mortal realm. The 6 pitch-black wings on his back extended to 5 meters. Surging wind elements crazily rushed towards the wings, and a hurricane actually blew up on the flat ground of the small valley. Looking at the wide wings, Yun Nuashing said, "He really became a birdman." "I don't think so. I think he's quite beautiful, like an angel." Yu'in walked over to Yun Nuashing's side with light steps. She squatted down and picked up a black feather with a smile. "Those with wings aren't necessarily angels. They can also be birdmen." She curled her lips and couldn't help but say this. Then she said, "Even if he's an angel, he's still a fallen angel. His wings are all black." Well, it's fine as long as I think he looks good." Yu'in smiled sweetly as she stroked the soft wings with her lily-white hands. "Big brother is an angel now." Ming, who was in Yu Yin's arms, also touched the black wings and said excitedly. His big purple eyes flashed with light. "Ah!" Yu'in laughed until her whole body trembled. Yun Nuashing, after Yun Nuashing successfully advanced to the second level of the mortal realm, the two ransacked the small valley. They didn't linger any longer and jumped onto the sun god Bao, turned into a ray of light, and flew into the distance. The 1-month journey was peaceful. They were very lucky to find a city, but it didn't seem very big and there weren't many people. The three of them strolled around the city, mainly to try their luck and see if they could find Ming's family. Then they ate and drank in a restaurant and found some information. The three of them rested in the city for a night and slept in the next day. Then they set off together. This time they weren't heading east, but southeast. I didn't expect that a small city like this would have another piece of information instead of getting any information about the divine soul fruit. On the sun god Bao, Yu'in opened the map she had just obtained, identified it against the sun, and then pointed out a direction. The capital of weapons, Divine Weapon City. It is said that it is the largest weapon-centered city in the entire Taiyuan region. It has collected countless weapons-related materials. Yun Nuashing also smiled. It just so happened that he planned to strengthen all his weapons. Also, he could find a pile of materials to improve the Nether Void sword until it was good. The only thing is that it's impossible. The Taiyuan region is so big that it would take hundreds of thousands of years for light to cross the entire region. It's really not strange that there would be something in such a large terrain. Although it is known as the #1 city in the Taiyuan region, I believe that there must be other places like it. It's just that it's not famous and no one knows about it. Is it that big? Hearing the exaggerated number, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Obviously, he didn't believe it. There are many mineral veins around Divine Weapon City. You can find countless ores to forge weapons. It's normal for it to be prosperous. Do we have to go mining? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Don't you know how to buy?" Yu'in rolled her eyes at him and said slowly, "Of course there are ores that have already been dug out. We just have to buy them. Of course, you can also go down and mine. Who knows, you might find something unexpected. More importantly," at this point, Yu'in looked at Yun Nuashing, whose eyes were shining, and said helplessly, "You want to go down to the mines to have fun, right?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head in embarrassment and twisted his body. He smiled and said, "Don't say it so clearly. I've never gone down to the mines before. I'm just going down to have fun, okay? Big sister." As he spoke, he shook Yun's jade-like arm. His voice was so sweet that it was sickeningly sweet. "Yu'in, when you're done with your business, Big Sister will take you down to the mines to have fun." Although there was a layer of goosebumps on her arm, Yu'in still nodded in agreement. In an instant, Yun Nuashing was so happy that she couldn't help but mutter. Still a little brat, the distance between the two cities wasn't far, but the few of them walked for a full 2 months. That was because when Yun Nuashing heard that they could go down to the mines that day, she directly drilled into the ground and opened her evil spirit eye to see the underground clearly. However, some of the stones that seemed to be good stuff were actually useless stones. Of course, occasionally, there would be a small piece of passable, low-grade forging stone. Although it was only the size of a fist, it made Yun Nuashing happy for a long time. Yu'in couldn't help but call her a little brat. If there was a first time, there would naturally be a second time. Although they obtained some low-grade forging stones, they also let Yun Nuashing taste some sweetness. However, after all, she wasn't a professional. She didn't know how to look for ore veins and didn't know how to find the terrain. In fact, she was just fooling around. After playing like this for half a month, Yu'in sighed and pulled him out of the ground with a slap. Then she gave him a knock on the head and told him to focus on the road. After a month of hurrying, in the distant horizon, a dark shadow was slowly climbing up. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and ended her cultivation state. She sighed and looked at the prehistoric beast in front of her. She muttered, "We're finally here. My bones are about to collapse from sitting. Little brats are so weak. It's only been a month." Yu'in lay down and turned to a more comfortable position. "Then move your head away from my knees," Yun Nuashing murmured as she looked down at Yun. Don't! Yun stuck out her tongue. After saying that, she directly pressed her charming face against his waist. Big brother. Ming tugged on Yun Nuashing's lapel and murmured in a dreamy voice. Hey, Ming, you're awake? Yun Nuashing lowered his head and stroked her little face with a smile. Then he closed his large wings slightly and covered the two girls who were using him as a pillow. A down quilt, so comfortable. Yun murmured in a comfortable voice as she pulled a wing over her body. Yun Nuashing. As they got closer, the towering, pitch-black city wall also gradually enlarged. It was extremely eye-catching in the boundless forest. The city wall was about 10,000 feet tall and was completely black in color. Faint, cold air lingered around it, and it strangely reflected a piercing, cold light under the sunlight. There were no signs of polishing, and it seemed to be cast from a huge rock. It looked extremely sturdy and solid, as if it were gilded. Let's go down. You can't fly within 100-mile radius of Divine Weapon City. That energy barrier was left behind by the god back then, the weapon god. It contains a trace of divine energy, and if you fly in the air, you'll be subjected to an increasingly powerful pressure. Only gods can withstand it. It's used as a defense, and it's indestructible. Yun propped herself up and said. Yun Nuashing nodded and controlled the sun god Bao to descend slowly. Currently, on a hillside, he was looking at the towering black city wall from afar. There was a trace of amazement in his eyes. This divine weapon city was really generous. Black blaze stone contains a rich fire element. Due to its mutation, it counters the water element and can even reflect part of the energy of an attack. It's too extravagant to use such a huge piece to cast the city wall. The two of them sighed. Black blaze stone was the best choice for forging weapons. It could be used to upgrade a 5th grade weapon to the 6th grade, or to forge a 6th grade weapon. It was hard to get even with 10,000 gold, but here an entire piece was used to build the city wall. We'll be rich after knocking off a few pieces. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and looked down at the foot of the mountain. There were ferocious-looking people shuttling back and forth in front of the city gate. She couldn't help but feel curious. There didn't seem to be many people hiding their aura in this place. Were they brazenly trying to fight? Yun suddenly slapped her forehead and looked at those ferocious-looking people with a strange expression. She said softly, because the things produced in this place are very valuable. It has created a very special environment. What? It's very chaotic here. They use their fists to do the talking. Yun sighed and said, Fight? Stunned for a moment, Yun Nuashing looked at the city gate again. Those people who entered the city didn't hide their murderous aura and seemed to want to kill anyone they saw. Yes, the power in this city is the Divine Weapon Pavilion, which is essentially the same as the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. They mainly rely on weapons and control the entire Divine Weapon City. After we enter the city, we will avoid them if we have nothing to do. When they see good weapons on other people, it's as if they have eaten aphrodisiac. They will use any means to snatch them. Little star, you should keep those divine weapons on you first. What a vivid description. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. He had more than one divine weapon on him, and the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion had a special method to sense high-grade weapons. He reckoned that this journey wouldn't be very peaceful. Let's go. We'll be fine if we're careful. When we see people with a sword emblem on their robes, we'll take a detour. Yun waved her hand and pulled him down the mountain. After walking down the mountain for some distance, the huge city wall appeared in front of Yun Nuashing's eyes. Outside the city gate, there was a long line of people. Noisy noises could be heard everywhere, like the sound of demons. Looking at those big men with bare arms and scars all over their bodies, all huddled together with dazzling weapons, Yun Nuashing and Yun frowned at the same time. The former hated crowds the most, while the latter was a clean freak. This kind of place was simply a forbidden area for them. Hey, that lady is really beautiful. It's been a long time since we've seen such exquisite goods here. Do you see the little girl on that little brat? What a strong spirituality. Her foundation must be very good. Maybe if she can be refined into a weapon, she will definitely be able to sell for a good price. TSK, your divine weapon pavilion always wants to refine everything into a weapon. What a waste! Just as Yun Nuashing scanned the situation at the city gate and was considering whether to charge in, a few obscene laughter with ill intentions suddenly pierced into her ears. Retracting her gaze from the city wall, Yun Nuashing looked at the place where the laughter came from. She saw a dozen big men clustered together. The person in the middle was wearing a gray robe with a lifelike black sword embroidered on his chest. The laughter came from them. Their obscene gazes continuously swept over Yu Yin's exquisite body and Ming's body. Hearing these voices, the people in the queue also turned their heads and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. A burst of laughter also erupted. In this kind of boring waiting, being able to see a beauty that could topple a country being teased could be considered a way to pass the time. Damn, who's a little brat? Damn it, if you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Yun Nuashing and Ming Yu roared in their hearts at the same time. However, there was no movement on the surface. They only sighed. Was it really so chaotic? Yun Nuashing did not charge forward and start a massacre like the others had expected. Instead, she sighed and led Yu Yin to the side. Ha ha! The surrounding people let out disdainful laughter when they saw this action. This place was extremely chaotic. The one with the bigger fist was the truth. If they did not do anything about this kind of humiliation, they would only be ridiculed by others. Bastard! Those big men were stunned for a moment when they saw Yun Nuashing's action, after which they put down the weapons in their hands and laughed wildly as they cursed. Yun Nuashing suddenly paused. She tilted her head and looked at them. Her pitch-black eyes that contained a golden light slightly narrowed. The corners of her mouth pulled into a strange arc. She extended her hand and gently snapped her fingers under the amused gazes of the crowd. Ta! Boom! Following a light sound, a blue pillar of fire that was 10 zhang tall shot up into the sky from under the feet of the burly men. The air instantly became as hot as an oven, and the scorching temperature burned the clothes of the people near to it into ashes. The blue light shone on everyone's lifeless faces, and they all shuddered violently. With a walala sound, they hastily retreated, leaving behind an empty space. The pillar of fire dissipated, leaving behind a bottomless hole that was 10 feet in size. The dozen or so big men had disappeared without a trace. Many people regained their senses and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was smiling motionlessly. They suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. You guys are laughing very happily. Yun Nuashing grinned. Her white teeth looked extremely cold. She gently raised her left hand and pressed her middle finger and thumb together, making a finger-snapping action. When the crowd saw this scene, they all cried out in fear. All of them fled in all directions as if their lives depended on it. In their eyes, this young man's smile was simply the smile of a devil. They had already marked him as a dangerous person in their hearts. It's much quieter now. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and touched her face with her hand that was making a finger-snapping action. She looked at the empty city gate and pulled Yu Yin in under the fearful gazes of the crowd. Then she disappeared. Chapter 64. Little Star, when did you become a cold-blooded killer? Yu Yin tilted her head and asked in the pitch-black passageway. She still remembered that when they were in the Wei family, Yun Nuashing wanted to kill the head of the family but was unable to do so. She could only knock him unconscious. I don't know. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing sighed. Perhaps it's not that I'm afraid, but that I don't want to. However, after hearing their words today, I feel a little displeased. You killed them subconsciously. Yin sighed as she rubbed her head. Although being soft-hearted was useless in such a chaotic place and might even harm herself, she did not want this little star, who had always been a little silly and cute, to have his hands stained with blood one day. When she thought of this, she could not help but wonder if they had come to the wrong place. Yun Nuashing did not say anything. She gently nodded her head. There was a look of reluctance and unhappiness on her face. However, Yin, who saw this scene, heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that little star would not change so easily. After walking out of the somewhat dark passageway through the city gate, the dazzling sunlight poured down from the sky. The bustling noise came from all directions, causing Yun Nuashing to stagger a little. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and slowly raised her head. She looked at the huge inner city that appeared in front of her, as well as the crowds of people walking shoulder to shoulder on the wide streets. She could not help but shiver. The scale of this divine weapon city was not much smaller than Star Luo City. In fact, from a certain point of view, Star Luo City could not be compared to this place. This was because there were things that Star Luo City might not have. Moreover, the wilderness northwest of Divine Weapon City was the heart that maintained this city. There was a huge mineral vein there, and precious materials were unearthed from there every day. Should we find a hotel or something like that? Yin's gaze swept around. She softly asked, "Let's find a place to rest first. This time, we will probably have to stay in this city for a while." Yun Nuashing thought for a while and said, "Perhaps this was really a city with weapons as the main theme." Along the way, there were many blacksmith shops on the left and right sides of the street. Red flames flickered, accompanied by the sonorous sound of hammering, one after another. These blacksmith shops all had 3 rooms, and the passers-by would not only stop to look at the high-quality weapons placed by the counters, but they would also admire the blacksmiths wielding their hammers like the wind. Blacksmiths were a rather special profession. They could not refine miraculous medicinal pills like alchemists, nor could they inscribe powerful talismans like curse masters. However, blacksmiths could create eye-catching and heart-moving weapons one after another. They could bestow spirituality to weapons, and even more so. For example, the weapons on the divine weapons ranking, the blacksmiths had attached a soul to them and became living beings. When one was in danger in the wild, the only thing one could trust was the weapon in one's hand. Rather than entrusting one's hopes to something else, it was better to grab hold of the weapon in one's hand and kill a way out. This was also the reason why precious weapons were in high demand. Of course, there was a prerequisite to becoming a blacksmith, and that was the existence of metal elements in one's body. Only with metal elements could one precisely control a piece of metal and let it be reborn in the furnace and turn into a weapon. Of course, the advancement of a weapon also had to be carried out by the blacksmith. Ordinary people could not control the pieces of material well. If they were rash, they might cause the energy contained in the weapon to go berserk and cause the weapon to self-destruct. That kind of power was extremely harmful to people who were unprepared. Yin retracted her gaze from the blacksmith shop, where sparks were flying everywhere. She looked at Yun Nuashing and said hopefully, "Little star, you also have metal elements. You should also be able to become a blacksmith, right?" "Can I?" "I don't know until I try." Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the fiery red pieces of metal as she said with uncertainty, "Go and give it a try. If you can start with all 3 professions." Yin said with a smile as she imagined Yun Nuashing wearing a white headscarf with blue flames in her left hand and a hammer in her right hand. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Now that she thought about it, it seemed to be true. Fire and metal elements corresponded to alchemists, and he could only comprehend half of it. Metal elements corresponded to blacksmiths, and any of the purest elements corresponded to talisman masters, and so on. She couldn't possibly ask him to dabble in all of them, right? "This can be done," Yun Nuashing replied with a nod. "In that case, you go find a hotel first. I'll go out for a bit." Yin patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and ran out with a smile. Wait, it's such a dangerous place. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and was about to chase after her, but her face was covered in dust. Don't act alone. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said the rest of her sentence. Yun Nuashing's mouth was wide open. When did she become so fast? Yun Nuashing shook her head. She knew Yun's temperament. Perhaps no one here could do anything to her. So she sighed and obediently went to find a hotel. If Yin was busy and he didn't find a place to stay, it would be too unreasonable. And now he had Ming with him. She hurriedly found a hotel in the center of the city that looked good. It looked grand and prosperous. There were many large and small blacksmith shops around it, as well as 1 or 2 large restaurants. She immediately went in and asked for a top-notch room and stayed there. The room was very spacious, and it had no problem accommodating dozens of people. There were also several large training rooms. The unique layout made Yun Nuashing click her tongue in admiration. Yun Nuashing carefully placed Ming on the bed. The little girl had been sleeping all this time and was rarely awake. She was supposed to be growing with boundless vitality, but for some reason, she had been sleeping all day. This made Yun Nuashing feel strange, but he couldn't see anything wrong with her. Brother. Ming's little mouth moved as if she was calling out softly. Yun Nuashing curiously put his ear to her mouth. When he heard her calling out to him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ming. Yun Nuashing shook her gently, but Ming didn't wake up. Her little mouth kept repeating the 2 words, which made Yun Nuashing feel very strange. He placed his palm on Ming's forehead, and his soul flowed into her mind through his arm. The little girl should be dreaming, but there was no fluctuation in her soul at all. Instead, the strong soul power made Yun Nuashing feel stunned for a long time. This power was not much weaker than his soul that was nourished by the 4 elements. His soul carefully withdrew, and when he opened his evil spirit eyes for a while, he still couldn't see anything. Yun Nuashing sighed, grabbed the blanket at the side, and covered Ming with it. He patted her little head with his palm, tidied up her loose purple hair, and looked at her quietly. Little star. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Yin rushed in with a smile. She looked at the shocked Yun Nuashing, waved her hand, and threw down a pile of books, which were piled up to the height of a person. Then she smiled and said, "Some of the important things and learning content for blacksmiths are all here. Take your time to read." Yun Nuashing's eyes widened, and he looked up from the floor until he was at eye level. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. I didn't expect it to be so abnormal. Let's not learn it, okay? Yun Nuashing covered his chest and coughed twice. He looked at Yin and tried to negotiate. No. Fine. Let's talk. Yin snorted. She put her hands on her slender waist, raised her eyebrows, and said 1 word at a time. Ah, no. Yun Nuashing looked up to the sky and roared. Although he was forced to read a lot of books, Yun Nuashing didn't really resist. After all, he was also interested, and reading books wasn't a big deal. It was just that this amount was a little too much. When the sun disappeared below the horizon, Yun Nuashing trembled as he put down the pile of books and slowly climbed into bed. He kept muttering, "My head is going to explode. I'm going to sleep for a while." He had finished reading a large pile of books in half a day. He had gained a lot, but he needed to organize them. If he could comprehend them properly and practice his craft, he could be considered a blacksmith. Of course, if he were to become a beginner blacksmith, he would not be able to do so. Yin propped herself up on the bed and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was lying behind Ming like a dead dog. She sighed and touched her bulging stomach. After thinking for a while, she didn't wake him up. She lifted the blanket and covered the 3 of them. Then she also fell asleep. They had been together for some time, and the 2 of them didn't really care about this. After all, they were brother and sister in name, so it wasn't a big deal. When night fell and the red moon announced its domination of the world, the streets were lit up. Yun Nuashing slowly woke up and looked at the pitch-black room. He released his elemental energy and spread some fluorescent light throughout the room. It looked warm and peaceful. Yin gently shook Yin Nuashing awake and held her stomach with an aggrieved expression. She looked at Yin Nuashing with watery maimao. Her pitiful look made Yin Nuashing quiver. He quickly pulled her and carried Ming to the restaurant next to the inn. How was it? Did you learn anything? At the dining table, the two of them were eating heartily. Yin raised her head and didn't forget to say something. Then she buried her head and ate. It's okay. Now, we need to find a place to buy some materials to practice. If there are no problems with the theory, I think I can try to forge. Yin Nuashing took a sip of tea and smiled. After taking the handkerchief Yin Nuashing handed over and casually wiping her mouth, Yin chuckled and said, "The materials are easy to find. There are so many blacksmith shops here. You can just go to any one of them and buy them. Anyway, we have a lot of money." Okay, Yin Nuashing nodded. After the two of them had eaten their fill, they were about to get up and leave the table. However, just as they stood up, they saw the hall not far away suddenly become chaotic. They saw a large group of burly men with malicious expressions walking toward them aggressively. Frowning slightly, Yin Nuashing's eyes swept across the clothes of the burly men. When she saw a black face pointing to the sky on their chests, she was stunned for a moment. It seemed like these were the people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the power of the Divine Weapon City. The person she killed at the city gate also wore such clothes. Looks like they've come knocking on our door. Yin took a sip of tea and said lazily. Yin Nuashing nodded calmly. Since they had already come knocking on their door, there was no hurry to leave. Although the title of the city's overlord was a little scary, there was no need to retreat. With the means he had now, as long as they were not gods above the god underworld level, he would have the means to deal with them. Thinking of this, she slowly sat down under the surprised gazes of the crowd. Her gaze did not even look at the burly men who were rushing toward her. This group of burly men who came with ill intentions naturally attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Immediately, there were many exclamations of surprise. It's actually the people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion. They are people who live with weapons all day long. I didn't expect even Qi Lian to come. It seems that not long ago, Divine Weapon City made an exception and took him in as an inner disciple from the outer pavilion. He seems to be a member of the Qi family. Now, he already has the strength of mortal level 6. The people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion are all people who don't care about their lives. I don't know how that young man offended them. I'm afraid he's going to suffer today. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, the group of bare-chested burly men who were filled with a fiendish aura finally arrived in front of the table, where Yin Nuashing and the other two were sitting like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Bang! A large leg that was the size of a tree trunk swung over violently and directly kicked the table in front of the three people apart. As wood chips flew everywhere, the young man with a long sword tattoo on his neck, who seemed a little sinister, swept his gaze over Yin Nuashing like a knife. His cold, bone-chilling voice resounded in the area. "Little bastard, you're the one who killed the people of my Divine Weapon Pavilion at the city gate?" Chapter 65. The table exploded and wood shavings flew in all directions. Yin Nuashing's eyelids twitched, but the teacup in his hand did not ripple at all. After taking a sip of tea, Yin Nuashing raised his head and glanced at the ferocious young man. He yawned and said indifferently, "Your mouth is too smelly. If you die, so be it." Seeing that Yin Nuashing had actually admitted to it, the surrounding onlookers were very surprised. After thinking for a while, they thought that this young man either had some huge backing behind him, or he was not someone to be trifled with. After all, he could not be a fool to say such a thing in such a situation. Hearing Yin Nuashing's words, the ferocity in the eyes of the burly men instantly increased. The shiny weapons in their hands were ready to be bloodthirsty at any time. It seemed that as long as the young man gave the order, they would turn into hungry wolves and tear the former into pieces. Brat, good. You are fierce and arrogant enough. Since you know that he is from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, you still dare to attack. Don't you want to stay in the Divine Weapon City anymore? The young man narrowed his eyes and his voice became colder. After finishing his tea in one gulp, Yun Nuashing raised his head and said indifferently, I have just arrived here and do not know what the Divine Weapon Pavilion is. But even if I did, what did I say just now? If he dies, so be it. As soon as Yun Nuashing finished speaking, the faces of the crowd twitched violently. This young man was really audacious. As an outsider, he did not know how to restrain himself. Did he not know that the Divine Weapon Pavilion controlled the entire Weapon City? If he offended them, he would either be thrown out or be sent out lying down. The veins on the young man's forehead twitched violently. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and stared coldly at Yun Nuashing. He wanted to see if there were any special markings on his body. There's no need to look for him. He's just a rogue cultivator. Yun Nuashing stretched his back and smiled as he ridiculed. He naturally felt the young man's gaze. Boom! Almost at the same time, the young man's killing intent swelled to the extreme. A powerful aura surged out in all directions. His right hand formed a fist and smashed towards Yun Nuashing's head with a ferocious wind. When the crowd saw that Qi Lian attacked without any hesitation, they couldn't help but exclaim. In the face of Qi Lian's sudden attack, Yun Nuashing raised her head and clenched her right hand into a fist. A red talisman floated above her fist and then lightly collided with Qi Lian's fist. A low explosion sounded, and the power of the talisman instantly exploded, multiplying Yun Nuashing's strength by several times and hitting Qi Lian's fist one after another. The moment the two fists collided, Qi Lian's figure was sent flying. He crashed through a few huge stone pillars and fell to the ground, motionless. On the other hand, the chair that Yun Nuashing was sitting on exploded, but she only took 2 or 3 steps back. Could this young man also be an immortal step expert? Such a short exchange caused everyone to be astonished. Since he was able to blast Qi Lian flying with a single punch, his strength was presumably not lower than Qi Lian's. Immortal stage? After withdrawing his fist, Yun Nuashing retracted his arm in pain. A faint, ethereal aura wrapped around his hand, causing him to feel a sharp pain all over his body. That talisman wasn't really drawn, but came with the fist technique that he learned. Collapsing fist was a growth-type fist technique with a short to medium attack range. There were 10 amplification talismans attached to it. When it was mastered and the 10 talismans were connected, the attack power could be increased by 100 times. It mainly relied on physical strength. The soreness in his arm affected all the nerves in his body. He couldn't help but tremble a few times, but he forced himself not to show it. He only looked at his palm with some horror. The 4 elements in his body were constantly tempering his body. Although it didn't change much, as the saying goes, many little drops make an ocean. Moreover, he had experienced 2 heavenly tribulations, and all the pure energy was used to temper his body. It could be said that Yun Nuashing's current physical strength was very powerful, coupled with the talismans of Collapsing Fist, which multiplied his strength by several times, who could be a match for him in the same realm. Yun Nuashing and Qi Lian were an entire realm apart, but the latter's ending wasn't as good as imagined. An immortal step expert was sent flying with a single punch against a mortal step expert. If this were to spread, he would probably be laughed to death. Struggling to stand up, Qi Lian's face was full of shock. He also didn't expect that with Yun Nuashing's age, his strength was actually not below his. One must know that his actual age was definitely much older than what he looked like on the surface. However, they didn't expect that Yun Nuashing wasn't as powerful as she looked. She was just forcefully enduring it. I'm really ket up. Shivering, Qi Lian felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him. His whole body was cold. Looking at his subordinates, he suspected that even if he rushed up, they wouldn't be enough to kill her. Previously, when he heard the news, he wanted to seek justice as a member of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. The surrounding gazes made Qi Lian feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His face turned pale and dark. Thoughts raced in his mind. After a moment, he completely restrained his aura. Facing Yun Nuashing, he cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "I'm not as skilled as you. I admit defeat. This grudge is over." After saying that, he waved his hand and left with his men. Yun Nuashing looked indifferently at those burly men retreating in a sorry state. She slowly lowered her trembling hand and turned her arm over to take a look. However, she saw that the veins on her arm were bulging like angry dragons. Her fist was flushed red. It was very terrifying. "Little star, you." Seeing Yun Nuashing's forced appearance, Yu'in opened her cherry mouth in surprise. She was full of disbelief and hurriedly brought Ming to another seat. Calm down. There's no problem." Yun Nuashing shook her head stiffly. She smiled bitterly and retracted her arm back into her sleeve. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to use this hand for a while. Pulling out a chair and sitting down, Yun Nuashing spread her hands helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect that this quiet person was actually an immortal step expert. If it wasn't for my amazing bones. No, my strong physique, that punch would have broken my arm. It hurts." Taking the teacup that Yu'in handed over, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly as she watched the tea tremble and ripple. Fortunately, that big guy didn't continue to be so persistent. He left. "What should we do next time?" Yu'in tilted her head and said with a smile, "If he comes looking for trouble again, what do you plan to do?" "Let's wait and see." Yun Nuashing scratched her forehead in distress. For the first time, she felt that it was troublesome to provoke a force. "Let's settle everything as soon as possible. Once we leave Divine Weapon City, they won't be able to do anything." Yu'in nodded. The two of them didn't stay any longer. They got up and walked out of the restaurant. Right now, there were still a lot of things to do. After leaving the restaurant, Yun Nuashing casually grabbed a person and asked him. Then, she and Yu'in ran directly to the largest shop in the city, leaving that person behind to look at them in confusion. This brat, is he an outsider? He doesn't even know where the Wan Shi shop is. Arriving at the Wan Shi shop in the center of the city, Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the so-called shop. Her face trembled. How was this a shop? It was a palace. It was at least 100 feet tall and emitted an icy blue light. It exuded a cool aura. On the top of the palace, there were 3 big words that clearly marked this building. Wan Shi Shop. This was the largest stone shop in Divine Weapon City, and it had quite a reputation in the city. At the entrance, there was a huge stream of people coming and going, shoulder to shoulder. It was as if they were going to crush the door. Noisy shouting and cursing intertwined together and continuously sounded out. Seeing that some people jumped to the side and started fighting because of the crowd, Yun Nuashing and Yu'in couldn't help but shake their heads. On their way here, they had already seen more than 100 of such incidents. It was really chaotic. Standing in front of the Wan Shi shop, Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment. She slightly tightened her grip on Ming's hand. Then, with Yu'in, she entered the crowd and released a faint yuan power. It was as if she was cutting open a river. She quietly and gently pushed away the people blocking her way. Then, the two of them easily entered the Wan Shi shop. Once they entered the Wan Shi shop, the noise gradually disappeared like a receding tide. A metallic smell unique to ores pounced on their faces, causing Yun Nuashing to wrinkle her nose. He rubbed his nose as he surveyed his surroundings. This incomparably spacious hall was filled with many transparent counters. A dazzling array of ores was placed on the counters. At this very moment, there were quite a number of people standing in front of the counters. The hall was divided into two areas, the ores area and the weapons area. Compared to the ores that emitted a metallic smell, more people liked to go to the weapons area. Compared to the metal lumps that couldn't be handled, the finished products were more tempting. However, for a blacksmith, the materials were sometimes more important than the finished products. After all, as long as they had the materials, they could naturally forge a weapon. Ice flame stone, chalky earth, or nether iron, gold origin stone, Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the rows of counters. She racked her brains and tried hard to recall the information she read in the book in the afternoon. Then she compared them and identified them. Although these things were placed casually, they were still considered quite precious ores. They could be used from the first to the third rank. For a newbie like Yun Nuashing, they were already quite good materials. Seeing the price tag below the counter, Yun Nuashing slapped her mouth and didn't let her scream out loud. After buying the ores, you still have to buy the metals. Blacksmiths, oh blacksmiths, this is simply a money-burning profession. Alchemists were poor for 3 generations, while blacksmiths were ruined for a lifetime. Yu-Een stuck out her tongue. Just as she was about to speak, a soft laugh came from the side. Dear customers, what kind of ores are you looking for? Our Wanshi shop is one of the best stone shops in the Divine Weapon City. I'm sure you can find what you want. Raising her head, Yun Nuashing looked at an old man who had appeared at the counter. She didn't beat around the bush and directly said, I'd like to trouble you to give me 100 kilograms of fire-attributed ores and metals from the 1st to the 4th rank. When the old man heard this, his gaze swept over Yun Nuashing, and he nodded. He kept taking out piles of stones from the counter and piled them up on the table like a small mountain. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment, then took out a piece of white paper from her pendant and wrote down 3 names. These were for her to use to strengthen the Netherworld Ruin sword to the 8th rank in the future. Although she hadn't touched on that field yet, it wasn't a bad thing to be prepared early. Heaven Burning Stone, Earth Core Rock, Devil Flame Iron. The old man put the piles of ores and metals into a black ring. Then he took the white paper from Yun Nuashing and glanced at it. His eyebrows instantly knitted together. The rarity of these items was not inferior to a demigod-ranked weapon. Even the Wanshi shop could only sigh helplessly. Hearing the old man's reply, Yun Nuashing immediately lowered her head. Why is it that every time I buy something, there's nothing? What happened to being able to find what I want? She took out a purple gold card from her pendant and spent nearly 10 million. Under the old man's smiling gaze, she slowly walked out of the Wanshi shop with the pain in her heart. She ran back to the inn like a wisp of smoke and anxiously said something to Yu-Een before diving into the forging room. Chapter 66. In the dark room, a few faint lights shone in through the window, adding some light to the room. The layout of the room was very simple. There was a long iron bed, a huge oven, and a bellows beside it. A large anvil stood beside it and a cooling furnace. It was the standard layout of a blacksmith shop. As Yun Nuashing's fingers gently brushed across these large iron lumps, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he knew a lot from reading books and knew what these things were, they were still theories. Now that he had to turn these theories into practice, he was a little dumbfounded. He picked up a hammer that weighed 100 pounds on the anvil and swung it. This bit of weight was nothing to Yun Nuashing, but he was afraid that he would use too much strength when forging later. The theoretical knowledge kept replaying in his mind, evolving into images, then reorganizing, linking, and replaying. After repeating the cycle for a long time, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, threw a bunch of things on the iron bed, and took the white headscarf. In the end, he was stunned. He coughed dryly, grabbed the white headscarf, pushed open the door, and jogged to Yu-Een, who was lying on the bed almost asleep. He handed the headscarf to her without saying a word. Seeing Yun Nuashing suddenly come out of the forging room, Yu-Een was stunned for a moment. When she saw him handing the headscarf over and saw his dazed expression, she immediately understood something. She giggled and said, little star, kneeling on the bed. She pulled Yun Nuashing to the bedside and pressed him to sit down. She took the white headscarf and fiddled with his long hair for a while before tying the headscarf on. She looked at him for a while, smiled, and patted Yun Nuashing's head. Then she lay down. She had a long ponytail that hung down to her waist, and her sleeves were rolled up. She wore a white headscarf on her head and held a hammer in her hand. She looked like a model master. Of course, that was if you ignored her twitching face. It looked like she had no confidence at all. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and flipped his palm. A blue flame rose from his hand, and he threw it into the furnace. When the temperature rose to a certain degree, he sucked a piece of black metal through the air. He pulled the bellows with all his might, and the blue flames danced in the furnace like fairies. He threw the piece of metal into the furnace, and his mind controlled the temperature of the blue flames. However, he forgot that the power of the blue flames was much stronger than ordinary fire elemental flames. Therefore, the piece of metal directly turned into ashes with a poof, shoo, blowing a whistle. He threw the ashes out of the furnace. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his heart. After all, this was the first time he had tried it. No matter how strong one's talent was, they still needed to have the opportunity to practice it. Failure was nothing. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing sucked another piece of metal and threw it into the furnace. The blue flames rose and surrounded the piece of metal. However, this time, Yun Nuashing was trying her best to suppress the temperature. At this moment, the temperature of the flames was only that of ordinary flames. She controlled the temperature of the blue flames and carefully heated the piece of metal. Then, she controlled the piece of metal to toss and turn in the flames. When the piece of metal was completely red, she took it out and suspended it on the anvil. Tilting her head and thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing decided to forge it into a sword. The metal elements in her body surged out and condensed into a silver-white ball the size of a head beside her. Strands extended out and wrapped around the red-hot piece of metal, pulling it thin and long to form the basic shape of a sword. Holding the iron hammer in her right hand, she hammered the slender front end of the sword at an angle. The iron hammer rose and fell with the sound of metal striking. The metal elements kept controlling the stretching of the sword body, flattening the increased thickness due to the hammering. Finally, at the end of the sword, she used the dense metal elements to condense a hilt. Then, she took out the blue flames and lightly burned the sword to maintain its red-hot state. The iron hammer kept hammering on the sword body and flipping the sword body so that the thickness on both sides was uniform. When the embryonic form of the sword was formed, she threw it into the furnace. To put it simply, normalizing the fire was to put the steel back into the forge and reheat it. Then he would draw traces of metal elements and draw small magic circles inside the iron sword. However, he was still unable to draw the cause and effect, nor could he attach a spirit to the weapon. At present, he could only forge a dead weapon without consciousness, spirituality, or spirit. In the dark room, the blue flames shone on the handsome face covered in sweat, elongating his shadow and projecting it on the wall. She used the metal elements to polish the sword slightly, smoothing out the uneven parts. Finally, she used the metal and 3 other elements to condense a small core in the center of the sword. Then, she used the metal elements to connect the core and the small array that was drawn, weaving some auxiliary charms on the surface. Then, she controlled the blue flames in the furnace to gradually calm down. The iron sword was thrown into the water trough at the side, making a chee-chee sound. White smoke rose and steam rose. After waiting for the sword to completely cool down, Yun Nuashing reached out to grab the hilt and took the sword out of the water. She looked at it carefully and waved it a few times. Then she smiled and said, "Good sword." Then she threw the sword into the furnace. The crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed. Blue flames rose and swallowed the sword in one gulp, leaving behind a pile of ashes, as if. In the end, compared to the normal forging method, this was only an additional step of molding the weapon's core. Maybe the real finished product wouldn't be as good as the swords made by some experienced blacksmiths. So tired, sitting on the iron bed, Yun Nuashing stretched her waist lazily. Looking at the pile of materials, she couldn't help but sigh. The power of a normal first-tier weapon wasn't as strong as the energy weapon, condensed from her own origin energy and elements. Even if it was a little higher, it wouldn't be as strong as a magic tool created with her divine sense. Although it wasn't good to say this, the truth was that unless the weapon was created with a very high level and had been tempered thousands of times and strengthened with countless ores, it would be difficult for it to surpass a magic tool of the same level. Refining a small normal weapon is already dog-tired. She sighed. She really didn't know who created those high-level weapons. Of course, if the weapon was created to the extreme, it would surpass all magic tools. For example, the weapons on the divine weapons ranking were all created by high-level blacksmiths. They weren't magic tools that were condensed by themselves. Moreover, there wasn't a single magic tool on the divine weapons ranking. From this, it could be seen that a weapon at the peak of the divine weapons ranking was stronger than one's own magic tools. The divine weapons ranking. The divine weapons ranking. I wonder which heaven-defying geniuses created weapons that can crush magic tools of the same level. A long time ago, before magic tools were born, blacksmiths were rampant in the world. It was said that a strange person created 12 earth-shattering divine swords. Now they were all ranked in the top 12 divine weapons on the divine weapons ranking, divine sword record. Since ancient times, who knew how many eras had passed, blacksmiths rose and fell. They were reincarnated continuously. How many geniuses in the world, how many forging geniuses, and how many divine weapons were born? However, when all the blacksmiths faced the 12 divine swords, they all shook their heads and sighed. They felt ashamed of their inferiority and couldn't look up to them. Even the divine weapons on the other weapon records couldn't be compared. Until the later generations, when the people from the lower realm brought unique weapons, magic tools, weapons condensed by themselves. This was the beginning of the decline of blacksmiths. Among the same level, magic tools were respected, and there were very few weapons that could restrain them. However, even the magic tools that were popular in an era couldn't jump over that natural chasm. No matter what kind of magic tool was refined by a brilliant person, it was difficult for it to compare to the 12 divine weapons. Even some high-level divine weapons couldn't compare. Therefore, although blacksmiths were declining, they didn't die out. Besides, blacksmiths could also forge armors in addition to weapons. It was just that most blacksmiths were in the former category. Magic tools were measured in the same way as cultivation. The grades of weapons were divided into ordinary cultivation grades, including mortal grade, immortal grade, demon grade, and so on. Only weapons that surpassed the divine grade and were comparable to the divine weapons ranking were qualified to be called divine weapons. Yun Nuashing found that most of the weapons were weapons. Moreover, magic tools couldn't be strengthened according to the 1st to 12th level. They could only be refined with one's own strength. However, they could be strengthened by forging methods. However, compared to pure weapons, it was much more difficult. The Nether Void Sword, the top weapon on the divine weapons ranking, divine sword record. It has its own consciousness and soul. It is a unique life. It is said that it can take a human form. It has always been in the hands of the blacksmith and is treated like a human, not a weapon, Yun Nuashing murmured. These were the memories she obtained from the Nether Void Sword. Who is the blacksmith? What does it have to do with me? Did he pass the Nether Void Sword to me? Why? Isn't that its most beloved divine weapon or human? Looking up at the ceiling, Yun Nuashing was a little confused. The Nether Void Sword is gone now. She raised her right hand. The giant purplish-black, sword on her forearm was vivid and lifelike. It emitted a faint light in the dark room. This was proof that the connection between the two still existed. Although she told you, Ian, that it was nothing, she was a little flustered herself. The symbol is still there. This means that nothing happened to the Nethervoid sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't keep flashing. Yun Nuashing sighed after covering the light with her origin energy. Shaking her head, Yun Nuashing jumped off the metal bed and took out the sun god bow. Looking at the pile of red, black, blue, and green ores and metal, she smiled. Although strengthening was more difficult than forging, it didn't matter if she failed. At most, the materials would be destroyed, but the weapon itself wouldn't be affected much. Of course, that was relative to low-grade weapons. It's just money anyway. I already know how to forge, so now let me practice how to strengthen weapons. Yun Nuashing jumped off the metal bed with a smile. Reaching out, she sucked a piece of ore and threw it directly into the furnace, refining it into a pool of liquid. She then covered the sun god bow with it. Controlling the metal elements, she guided the energy contained in the liquid into the weapon. Then, she spared a bit of her mind to control a wisp of the elements to maintain the small arrays that the weapon originally contained. Then, she guided the newly added energy to cover the arrays, using energy to replace and strengthen them. Although this step consumed a lot of her mind, it was very smooth. It was much easier to deal with compared to those metal lumps that were still in their infancy. Although she was strengthening the arrays on the outside, Yun Nuashing didn't touch the core of the weapon at the center. That wasn't something she could touch. Strengthening was changing the arrays carved inside the weapon to strengthen or add elemental energy. Advancing was changing the core of the weapon. That was the most dangerous step. The slightest carelessness could destroy the weapon that she had painstakingly forged. If it was light, it would dissipate, and if it was heavy, if the weapon self-destructed, the energy of the sun god bow's explosion was equivalent to an all-out attack from an underworld god powerhouse. If Yun Nuashing was hit by it, he would definitely turn into ashes. Thinking of this, her hand that was controlling the metal elements couldn't help but tremble a few times. The transparent arrays were gradually dyed with a fiery red color. Fire elemental energy flowed through the entire bow, and the golden sun god bow exuded a faint red color. Wiping away her sweat, Yun Nuashing looked at the small mountain of materials that was missing by more than half and was a bit speechless. Although it seemed like a very easy thing to do, in the process of strengthening, because she was impatient, she had once guided the energy too quickly and caused the arrays to tremble. The energy that seeped in was offset, or the energy that covered it wasn't stable enough and dissipated once again. In this way, she had actually used up more than half of the materials to complete a single strengthening. The additional power was also determined by the energy contained in the materials, so she felt that the gains didn't make up for the losses. Alchemy makes 3 generations poor. Forging ruins one's life. Yun Nuashing muttered, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn, all she was burning was money. However, with a good start, the second strengthening naturally wasn't that difficult. After using up all the first-tier materials, the Sky Piercer, Golden Chain, and Divine Light Mirror were all successfully strengthened. As for advancing, Yun Nuashing planned to try using some low-level weapons. Forget about the artifacts. She didn't want to make the headlines the next day. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing wailed again as she dragged her exhausted body and got up, continuing to refine weapons. In the forging room, a bewitching blue flame rose, projecting the shadow of a swinging hammer onto the wall.